He gave us shit reviews, a heart's desire, a Resident Evil and Tomb Raider of old. He dared question the universe, and now games just too easy. Do they make you shoot up schools? It was all so breezy. Then came you, Laura, and part of us so died. But what really broke the man was King Joyride. Then came you, Laura, and part of us so died. But what really broke the man was Shadow fucking Joyride. Haiti appeared, a body that holds the lies. Just you and her, no feelings left, so cries. Her stare gave him strength, like the Holy Spirit. Suddenly there was hope, suddenly his soul was lifted. Wipe the censor from our eyes. Come into our arms, baby. I can tell from those thighs. I know you're not a human lady. I know you're not a human lady. But I don't care. Oh, Haiti. Oh.
Boy, going real good there, didn't I, bro? And then, like, that's your... Like,
Oh,
you
dear.
nailed it.
Oh.
You fucking got me. That's what I sound like every day. Howdy, partner. Can I giddy up a steak?
Can I giddy up? I think I'm going to say that tomorrow, actually.
Giddy up a steak.
I'm going to go to a restaurant and just order a giddy up steak.
Order a giddy up steak.
Get arrested.
Holy shit.
So anyway, so we're Wesker, Dr. Dog, and...
You can just call me, just say RJ.
Is it RJ?
oh, no, we're not muted.
Okay. No, we're not. This is, we have begun, actually.
We've begun.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, should have let us know.
Oh, no, that's way more entertaining when
And
we're just
my
talking
whole
about...
British accent.
I guess I'm
really...
buying dinner now.
Oh, dear.
Before a bunch of Europeans come to your house.
So,
those
might as well lay out the premise.
I'm just gonna start this off by saying it's hot in this room. So,
Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Well, whatever.
Do you not have an air conditioner?
I do, but now I'm thinking like, fuck it, whatever. I'll get up later. I just want people to know that it's hot in this room.
Oh, okay. Well,
right.
Dr. Dog is quite hot in the room.
It's quite hot in my room.
Anyway.
But anyway, yeah, well, let's lay out the premise here. So, a while back, we were just trying to have a discussion on console generations, which turned into, I think it would be a really neat idea to try to create some objective standards for what constitutes like a top tier game, and then put that into like which is the best console generation, like which console generation has like the most good games in it as defined by these terms. And to help lay that out, I put 3 choices on the screen that I don't believe are very controversial. Like if I told you Ocarina of Time is a banger, I don't think anyone here is going to fight me. No one here should fight me on RE4 nor Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I mean, RE4. I don't know.
I won't fight you on Dark Souls.
Like I know you don't like it, but at the same
It's
time,
not my favorite.
Yeah, but like
I might like fight against like, oh, but Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3 are all so much better than everything else that has ever existed. Here's a 3-hour video explaining why. I might be like, okay, like, it's a good game. Like, it's a cool game. It's great. I love Demon Souls. Like the open world things, you know, great. But I can't. There are other good games. I'll give you Dark Souls.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna stretch out beyond Dark Souls until we set our parameters. And in the previous discussion, we're just trying to figure out what should define it. Should public opinion kind of sway it, or should we go purely on like its functionality or its quality?
Yeah.
Is it good just because it's good, or was it good at the time? Like there's like a lot of ways it could branch out. So I'm just trying to like create a scale that we can just kind of plug games into and then come out with like, is it a banger or not?
Is there a screen I should be looking at? Because right now I have nothing. Should I be looking at?
I'm streaming it
at his YouTube stream.
Okay, I'm gonna look at his YouTube stream and then mute it.
I'm streaming. I'm streaming it on Discord as well.
I have look YouTube stream muted all the time.
Just look at the Discord stream.
That's why I gotta make it more
There's a
difficult.
Discord stream too?
Yeah, no, like that's what I'm streaming to YouTube. It's just so that you guys are like don't have the 15-second delay or anything like that.
But then I can't read the chat.
Well, you don't need to read the chat. The chat ain't here for you.
Where is the Discord stream?
The chat's here for me, I think.
It's on the chat that you're on. There should be like a watch stream.
Oh, live. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me do this. This will be less delayed. Oh yeah, and then I don't have to mute it. Okay, great, perfect.
Yep,
got it.
exactly.
Nailed it. There's okay. I see your. I see your.
Oh, yeah.
You can see chat. Yeah, I can see chat.
I put chat on there. Don't worry. I thought it through.
Okay, so Okay, so that's the other question I was going to ask. How are we defining console generations?
So we already also had this one, which is why I picked Gens 5, 6, and 7, because none of us are going to. No, like I'm going to do them all. It's just we're not going to argue about 5, 6, and 7. However, after Generation 8, there starts to be a split on opinion.
Dr. Duh. Where is the Wii U a Generation 7 or 8 console?
God fucking damn it. What is here's my actual opinion. It depends on where you put the Dreamcast. Because you could put Dreamcast in Gen 5. I could see it being a late Gen 5 console or an early Gen 6 console. Depending on where you place that is where I would place the Wii U.
And then the rebuttal,
very similar.
But okay, so here's my opinion. Because PS4 and Xbone and the Switch, I think, are all the same console generation.
Yes, I would agree.
So
I disagree.
Yes, okay. His idea was that, well, the Wii is Generation 7, which I think we can all agree because I competed with the PS3 and the 360.
Yes.
The Wii U is then the next generation after that, and then the Switch is the next generation after that because that's the next console. I picture a generation as the window in which these consoles were primarily competing against one another.
I would. If you're asking me to make this delineation, I would mark it by years and say these are the hard cutoff of when did this come out? Like when was this released? Like what era of time was this released? Because if we really want to get into this, hey, the Japanese PS1 was released while people were still buying Super Nintendo games in America. Does that put the PS1 and the Super Nintendo in the same console generation? Obviously not, but you have to have like some concrete, or you make some arbitrary assignments and we just say, okay, this is it. Like this is the.
That's
I'm basically going on release order.
That too. That's
like
fine.
The 360 was out, like a whole year before that, and then, like the Dreamcast was the same thing. The Dreamcast came out first, was uncontested, and then the other ones trickled in. The 360 did the same thing.
It was contested by the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64.
But like, but you know what I mean. Like, like the people didn't roll out their next gen stuff. Sega was like, we're gonna do it now, and then Xbox did it the same, and then the Wii U was just
how I feel.
The Wii U was the first one. It came out in 2012. Then 2 years later, its competition comes out. Just because no one gave a shit about the Wii U doesn't mean like it wasn't also like in that band. And then they realized, okay, this thing sucks. We have to revamp it. Okay, here's our Gen 9. It's an iPhone with 2 Joy-Cons. Here you go. 2016. And it's not until like
it's Switch, PS5, and Series SX.
I would pretty much consider it that way, which is why like I already know this is going to be like a whole. I'm willing point Gen 8 to split it up into the window of competition, the technology in the system, and or its release order. I'm willing to just divide it up into multiple ways. and just let it go.
I mean, yeah, that works for me. I mean, for some reference, I think in this list that you're showing me, if you scroll to the left a little bit, I believe you have the Saturn and the Nintendo 64 in the same generation. The Saturn was released.
This is the 3DO Panasonic. Hold on, this is the
No logo.
the Panasonic.
Panasonic 3DO.
It did not have a logo. That's
I think I
No
saw one of
CDI,
those at a
which I
store
understand.
once. and-
Wait, why no CDI?
When CDI?
Yeah,
Because what bangers are on the CDI?
Hotel Mario.
Okay, well, but if you have the Saturn logo. You have the Saturn logo there, right?
Yeah.
The Saturn was released in North America in '95, and the 64 in North America in '96. So that's pretty far off. And hell, the Saturn was released in Japan in '94.
I think
these are all the
for-
32.
since
These are the. Sorry,
we are
go ahead.
all horrible American pig dogs.
We should be going off that.
should view the
I agree.
American release
I
date
agree.
in that regard.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, at some point, these you do have to make some arbitrary decisions. Of going back to the Wii U question, you have to make some arbitrary decisions about like what the fuck the Wii U is. Regardless, generation, what games it had, what its quality was, what a banger for the Wii U looks like.
But that's why
That's
pretty
okay.
much that's why I'm leaving out pretty much generations 8, 9, and the ones before, because I think
That's fine.
5, 6, and 7 are like the ones I think we can all pretty much agree on.
We all have some
without-
experience with it.
I think. Well, I think the if the argument or the discussion we're having is what's the best generation, I think we should include Gen 4 with the SNES and Genesis.
If you,
I don't
mean,
know if it would qualify, and I think anything after Gen 7 like just doesn't have enough going for it. Certainly doesn't have nostalgia playing in. And obviously pre-SNES, it's like Duck Hunt. So
I mean, Gen 8 is done, right?
I
At this
think
point,
we're
Gen
getting
8
a
is
little
done, so
off.
we could talk about it.
I'm going to do them all. I'm just saying, like, we need to figure out what a banger is based on these generations, because we're not going to argue about like these consoles.
Okay, so we're-
However, I'm going to do them all. But like, we can have that argument once we figure out like what games belong in there.
okay.
But I feel like the arguments we should be having are what games belong.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
Like,
what we're doing.
I think the two discussions, one we will have later, which is what defines what generation.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the current discussion that Stat wants to have is what is the definition of a banger for the
like,
purpose of going on these lists.
like, why do we not argue about Ocarina? Like, what about Ocarina of Time makes us all say like, yeah, we're not going to argue that?
I guess it would be a combination of like I don't want to say historical notoriety, but like it's like kind of hard to argue against. I don't know how I'd word
It's
this.
hard
Like,
to imagine an entire genre and generation of games without that game.
right?
Like, it's hard
Yeah.
to like. That's the first game with Z targeting in it.
But there are definitely
The first. Okay, someone's gonna talk about Ganbare Goemon to me. when I say that, and
yeah.
that's fine. That's cool. But I'm talking about like.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about like games making the move from like 2D to 3D and having to do that, it's pretty much Mario and Zelda are like the gold standard in terms of like making that transition cleanly. And when a lot of other things that followed suit, like they either fell off completely, kind of never recovered, or it took them some time. If you want to put Goemon's Greatest Adventure,
There you go.
So
There you go.
I guess
he had the right idea there.
the point being
my
that
point.
one
That
of
was
the
definitely my
things
point.
to factor in is its place in like the greater discourse of video games.
Yeah.
Which is like,
Goemon's Great Adventure would not qualify in that regard, but that's only one factor. I think there's like personal.
So this is like another thing I was getting on. So I've been looking at like a lot of rating systems in between this just to see like kind of how people do it. And I definitely think my favorite is like we pick factors that we think should factor in, but then we have to weight them differently. Like everything can't hold the same weight. So if you want its place in the discourse to be like a part of the formula, that has to be put in there. But then like it can be like it'll affect 10% of its score or only 20% of its score. Like we have to figure out like how much should it affect the game, because if you have like a really solid, just this game works, it's perfect, you play it, you'll love it, it just never got its time to shine, it got shafted by marketing, it came second, it got overshadowed by something, but it's like a really solid game, I don't think that should disqualify it from the list.
No, absolutely not.
I guess Ocarina of Time, Resident Evil 4, and Dark Souls are all like certified, guaranteed on this list because they are, without even knowing the parts, they are for sure the sum of every possible part of a discussion.
Exactly. Yeah. So like,
sure.
So if I'm trying to put down, so you're basically saying like its effect on other games is like something you want to put into that,
or even on just like the culture of games.
Effect on gaming culture would be something. I'm definitely just gonna say like like its functionality for sure. Like how does this thing play has to definitely weigh a lot. Functionality I'm throwing in there. RJ, you've been a little bit quiet. What's your input?
Well, like I can't argue with the 3 games you've chosen on here.
3 games Stat has chosen on here.
Yes. These are absolute bangers. But yes, my thought process is that usually like with Nintendo games, like they usually like set up the way for like a new genre. Like not new genre, but they like every game follows suit, right? Because Nintendo will always like put out something like amazing, and then Sony will copy it, and like every other game will just start trying to repeat it. So I
know exactly what you're trying to say, like, yeah. But like this also happens like to a degree, because like I remember for Gen 7 BioShock comes out, and then it does like the whole you find audio logs and shit, and then for some reason that just became a part of like that genre of games. Like I was playing Dishonored, and I'm just finding audio logs of shit, and I'm like, why?
Of all the things people could have elicited from BioShock,
audio logs.
Audio logs.
Not the like mature for its time political commentary or like the cool spooks. It's like, oh yeah, the fucking pick up your lore by playing cassette tapes. Like, oh great.
The idea of like a destroyed environment that you're learning about through like, well, everything is going to shit right now. Let me write this quick journal entry.
Right.
And read it later. By the way, I have a safe, and the code for that safe I'm going to write here as well.
or the BioShock Infinite method of here. Let me like carve the wax on this fucking on this record real quick.
Yeah, having never played BioShock Infinite, I had no idea that was.
They kept audio logs, but it takes place in the 1920s, so it's just like, all right, get my fucking record player.
Well, it was a cold summer winter in Joe Biden's backyard.
Also, not to derail this conversation, like obviously there's more to go here, but like, do PC things count here in any regard? Does Half-Life 2 getting on this list in any generation?
No, absolutely.
On Xbox, right?
Absolutely.
Same with like arcade games.
Yeah.
We count arcade games in the like. Do we delineate these games by the release window they release in? So it's like,
But then,
Black Knight 2000, the pinball machine, which
like
released in the early 90s. That's Gen 4 for sure.
Like
that's what we're putting on here.
Was released in either of these generations that didn't eventually get a console port. Like I could think of like
that are also good.
Yeah,
Windjammers.
Which goes into this
that's
this category here.
Generation. It was also available on the Neo Geo CD.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, shit.
Are we going to like
and the Japanese Wii Virtual Console? Or the Japanese Wii Virtual Console. I'm sorry. Now the Wii U never got that shit.
Because I'm kind of opposed to just like giving things a pass because like they were good at the time. I'm on the team of like there is a standard, and it's either like you're on it or you're under it.
I think if you do that, then you disqualify things like Gran Turismo 2 or even Gran Turismo 3 because
that's a racer.
But so the impetus for this whole discussion is that Stat and I were playing Skate 2. And it was literally like, yeah, this game's a banger. And he was like, what counts as, or no, Stat said they don't make them like this anymore. And I was like, I don't know if that's true. And then it got into a discussion of what counts as like this anymore. And then saying, yeah, it's a banger. And then that kind of took off, and now we're here. So it's like, I don't like Skate 2. Certainly it has aged, but has also, the gameplay at least has stood the test of time. And so like Gran Turismo 2, would any of us go back nowadays and play Gran Turismo 2?
I see what you're getting at.
Like we could go back and play Ridge Racer 4 right now, and it'd be like still awesome. But that's why like standing the test of time, I think to some degree probably should factor in, because like a good game will age gracefully, whereas like a game that was cool for its time, it's like if we had this discussion 15 years ago, people would be like, oh yeah, Prince of Persia Warrior Within. But nowadays no one's talking about Papa Roach, and no one's talking about Prince of Persia Warrior Within, you know?
Papa Roach and Prince of Persia.
I talk about Papa Roach at least once a week.
Well, you know.
Not to anyone that I like respect, but I do have a conversation at least with myself.
Right.
I just think about Papa Roach. His
like Gran Turismo 2, like maybe it still holds up as like a racer or as a car sim, or has it like been outclassed by Forza?
It's
Gran
like
Turismo
100%
6?
outclassed by future games, but like in terms of like being an innovator and being like they like Gran Turismo 1 is more this, I guess, but like they recorded the engines of all the cars and they put those sounds into game. Like that's a Gran Turismo thing, like that attention to detail,
which is like
certainly
that goes into space. That goes into like the effect on its culture. It's like this can play into this can play into a part of the weight, but like once we decide like how to weight everything, and like even if it gets a perfect score on that, if it falls short of everything, then we can't put it on the list. Or if it does make it, then I'm just trying to make an unbiased thing of like, if I plug in this game and we plug in these factors, I'm gonna get a score.
Like you would like, where it's like, this is a list in theory, like you could hand off to someone who's like 5 years old now, and then in 10 years when they're 15 and want to play good video games, you'd be like, here you go.
I can still be like, Ocarina of Time,
you can't
you'll love
actually
it.
do that. Like, there's no such thing as an unbiased list of this.
I also agree.
We all
is
have biases.
yes, which
we
is
all
fine.
grew up in the same generation, and so our feelings about I think it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of games make it into Gen 5 versus what games make it into Gen 7. Because in one generation we're children, and the other generation we're like shithead college students.
Right.
I'll disagree with you on that, just because like because I love Goemon. Like you said Goemon, I'm like hell yeah, but at the same time, like I know it's not. I know it doesn't belong on the list. Yeah. Like I, no matter how much I like it, no matter how much I've grown up with it, like we can piece together its parts and say like, is this of top-notch quality or not? And like, I'm not gonna fight for it because I know it doesn't belong on there.
I think by and large, a lot of this is going to come down to, especially as the discussion keeps going, it's going to be a lot of like you almost kind of know when you guys like, yeah, this game rules.
Yeah.
And versus like, oh, you know, this game 1080 snowboarding innovated the use of sick tunes while going down a hill. Like,
yeah, we're not gonna fight for that one.
No, you're not gonna fight for that one.
If you want to have a podcast, no, but seriously, if you want to have a podcast where we talk about how much of a banger 1080 snowboarding is, because I remember it and it was really cool, I'm totally willing to have that conversation. I'm not saying like, no, this list must disqualify because we have to be totally 100% unbiased.
That's why I feel like we like maybe bias to some degree, or trying to be unbiased is important, but also I think it would be more fun if we got to discuss the merits of 1080 snowboarding.
You know what? I'll do a subjective object. Like right now, I'm just trying to do like what's like a list of pretty much undisputed games for like, if I put this on, no one will fight it. I can pass this. I can pass OOT, Dark Souls, RE4 off to anybody at any point in time, and they'll be like, yeah, this was.
You can
like,
pass
this
OOT off to a child right now, and they'll say ew.
Not really. That's
I
how they keep
can't
rules.
I can't do the floss in.
Well, you can't floss in OOT. These graphics look like poop.
I can
This game
make
is
an
not
argument.
poggers.
Okay,
Like,
what's
right
that?
now, you can have that.
RJ, what was up?
I can make an argument for Resident Evil 4, unfortunately, because I know personally somebody who started up 4 and refused to play the rest of it because he cannot get over the fact that in that game you have to stop, to aim,
The
and then
tank
shoot.
controls. Yeah, the tank
And
controls.
the
Yeah.
tank controls.
Which goes into
100%.
like its functionality, which I'm definitely going to say it does not handle as good as it can, and that should subtract from its score. So after we put everything on there, does it still make the list?
Yeah, I think to some degree that's why we can't be completely unbiased because it's impossible. But I think I think this also I think regardless of whether or not an individual would like or dislike the game, I think I think we could all agree it's almost inarguable that as far as like a game that generally people it could probably be assumed would still like, RE4 would be on a list like that.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
like it's a game that we all really enjoy.
Mhm.
And it's a game that I think in general you could probably still recommend to your average gamer. Maybe not a layperson,
Yeah.
but
Even on this
Yeah.
Discord, like there's some people who picked it up and like they played it and enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's different, but like just because like it does not control like a typical third-person shooter, it's designed around it and it works.
Yeah.
Like it,
and
like-
Hewitt Lover's asking about handhelds. Like
no, like
DS
that
and all
yeah,
that. And
yeah. Like usually, the handhelds are one console. So like the Game Boy would be in the same gen as Gen 5. The Game Boy Advance would be Gen 6. The the DS would be Gen 7, and then like the
like a
3DS.
general release window.
But
Yeah,
are we
yeah, yeah.
considering those games?
Yeah, no, yeah. Like the whole
those get
line, the whole generation. We're doing it all.
Because then Sandwich Man followed up with, "Are we including mobile games?" And it's like, well, fortunately, like Family Guy, Peter, like Poop Slinger.
You mean
It's
that
not a
go-karting
banger.
game where you can play? It's like it has like the Simpsons character, but all like also Hank Hill is in it, and I think like Garfield's in it. That
Right.
thing.
Yeah,
That thing
yeah.
looks kind of sick. Like kind of.
I think I'll cut it up there because I'm asking console generation, and I'm just going to disqualify the phone.
I think it makes sense. It just-
I think
I'll-
we should make a special exception for EA Tetris on the phone because that's the only game anyone played on the
What?
cell phone before.
Snake.
United came out.
But that's
Snake
Tetris.
on the Nokia.
Snake and
Ooh.
Nokia. So
Okay.
If you
Nokia
put Snake on
Snake.
the Nokia on this
number
list,
one.
it wins all by itself.
Where does the Texas
Whoa.
Instruments graphing calculator come in? Because
It comes into math class, but not during the test because in real life you're not gonna have a calculator.
All right, I'm gonna try an unironic pick here just to see like the reaction. I'm gonna make another unironic suggestion for this list right now, and just see the reaction to the group, and just see like if anyone's gonna fight me, or are they gonna be like,
Go for
no,
it.
that deserves it. So let's copy image, please.
What's the image of?
1080 snow. Wow. Yeah.
1080 snowboarding, yeah, dude.
Okay, shit, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is the greatest video game of all time. Yes, let's put it on the list.
Well, before we start just tossing shit on here, or do we want to continue the discussion?
Yeah,
on,
I really do want to, because
Can we
like, even if we
quantify
break,
this?
Okay. We're gonna keep having this conversation about what counts and what doesn't count because that's the nature
Yeah.
of the conversation. I keep interrupting Stad because he's made these these criteria which are kind of a little bit small on my screen. Not gonna lie.
let me group these
let me
up
full
here
screen.
because this is what I'm trying to have like actually go
Yeah.
like this is the
I want you
this
to-
is the formula right here, right
Yeah.
down here.
Okay.
I want you to be able to at least like go over these things before we just keep being like, well, wait a minute. Actually, when you think about it, 1080 snowboarding
Yeah.
was pretty cool. Like, okay, like what did you actually come up with? What are these things?
Because like this one, I know like I pick up Mario 64, I move her, I can control it, and I'm like, this is wonderful. Camera sucks ass.
Yes.
Concept and level, great. Replayability, fantastic. The fact that new Gen Z people pick this game up, I'm like, I'm gonna speed run this thing. I'm gonna get super good at it. Like this thing has absolutely stood the test of time, influenced so much, controls really well.
as a
Definitely not
movie,
As a what?
As a movie now.
Oh yeah,
as a
I'm so
movie.
excited for that movie. Yeah, but like,
Yeah,
That looks so weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
this shit, like, yeah. Every time I think about this shit, I'm just like, yeah, that's a banger, and I need to break down why. Like this, just.
But like what?
damn.
Like I can't. Like I said, I can't read these criteria on my screen because
Oh.
they're small. Let's actually go over them before we could continue this.
All right, so we have you put up the effect on the gaming culture, which I definitely do. Just how it plays by its nature. How definitely something I do want to factor in.
Like functionality, do you mean like
What's functionality?
like literally like the game feel, or
Okay,
Is that the
so
game
do you mean like this is fun?
let's try. No, because like I can have fun with anything. So no, I literally mean like, does this game work? And like, so like, say RJ hates platformers, but I love them. I don't care about RJ in this instance because like he doesn't care to learn about it. But if I give this to somebody who's like a platformer savant, and I'm like, hey, how does this game handle? Like, what do you think about it? They're gonna be like, holy shit, dude, this is like great.
So genre proclivities don't matter, or they do matter.
Yeah, because like there's really good sports games, but sports games is not everybody's thing. There's really good RPGs. Everybody does not like we can't we can't do that to it. Like if it's like a really good just game at what it's trying to do, I think should score it high.
Am I gonna have to fight for MVP baseball 2005 on here?
No, you will not.
No,
You will not
because
have to
if
fight for
it
that.
is
That's
like a
going on
really
there.
good, if it's a really good sports game, like say like it didn't have a really good effect on the culture, but this shit is like fucking solid, and I can give this to anybody, I would absolutely fight for that shit to be on the
In
list.
baseball culture, they literally are still talking about it to this day. Albert Pujols just retired, and there was a thread on Reddit that was just like, "Hey, there's only 2 players left from MVP 05." It's like, goddamn right.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like Blitz 2000, Blitz 99. Like that probably belongs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
I
anyway,
put those on there.
all
I
right,
could argue for those.
Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds.
We're getting lost. Yeah.
And yeah. So we want the effect on its
Functionality.
culture. How the game is. I guess I'm just saying like with functionality in parentheses, I was put like the game itself.
But the
Like
game
in
is
its
the game
own-
itself.
Destiny is Destiny.
You
know what?
Destiny is not on this list.
I'm gonna put
Yeah.
it's with a Z. It's self.
Did you
What
say
else? What else would I weigh into this? Because this is pretty much just like
gaming culture?
I think it's kind of impossible to.
Graphics, sound.
Music.
you know what? Yeah,
Same thing.
let's do that. So let's do like let's do visuals. Let's do
Visual audio, I would say, like kind of as well, like the presentation.
Yeah,
yeah.
aesthetic
You know what?
presentation.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's package it all into one thing. So
Because like someone had
presentation.
mentioned System Shock 2 earlier, a game that looks like diarrhea nowadays, but the sound, and that sells the whole thing.
So we want basically, and then if we're doing a percentage, can we say the game has to clear like a 90? Like I want this to be like the Harvard law of like games on this list.
It has to
Yeah,
be-
we're definitely qualified.
Yeah,
So-
we all qualified on law and Harvard.
I
Where-
listened to Little Pump.
So we're that's Harvard, not Harvard.
I know. I knew you'd be the only person who.
So we're
gaming
scoring
culture-
these basically. We're scoring based on these criterias for each one of for these games, and then
Yeah,
each
but, like-
one needs a combined total of 90%, or like all three.
Yeah,
90%?
like all like combined, its score should come out above a 90 based on like this
Is
robotic.
there a bias tilt?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
yeah.
all
The
factor.
point is to try to like kill that as much as possible. I agree with you that you really
hard.
can't. But like that's why I'm like if we put in enough points and weight them with like a value to what they should be, then even if I really like, if I fucking hated MVP sports, but like you could undeniably argue like, yeah, you pick up this game, it plays, everything works, everything's perfect, everything functions as it should be.
The soundtrack.
Even if it didn't have a big effect on the culture, it's still above a 90. And I'm like, yeah, I can't fight you.
I just maybe
So-
this might be if
I would
this
say,
list
like-
ends up being Mario, Zelda, Resident Evil, and
No.
Star
I
Fox
just picked.
64, it's just like it's going to be kind of a boring list, and I think it would be a little more unique to like factor in to some degree, like not just the games that are going to pass.
I'm agreeing with you on the basis of like I'm picking these because we won't fight them. However, I'm definitely like I don't care if the game has a lot of notoriety. I want really good games to make this list, like regardless of who knows them.
Like, people have made countless top 10 lists of best games of the generation for all generations, and we could count up all those games, and then as long as we don't disagree, and then pick out the ones we don't like the most, and then just count them and say like, well, this is it, I guess.
Right.
But that's not interesting.
Which is why.
So like if we're having a discussion on the best N64 games, like if I walk away from this list, there are certain games where it's like, oh, there's no way, like, you know, WWF No Mercy on the N64 is not an absolute certified banger, but it might not like not hit that 90% threshold because you could probably like chop it down enough. And
that's why I'm trying to control it. So like if we're all not keen on like the effect on the culture kind of killing something, that's why I'm giving it a low value of like it can hit between a 1 and a 5 here based on our personal biases, but getting a 0 will not kill it from a 90.
I mean, like,
which is what I'm trying to do.
9 years old. Like, what do I know about the culture?
But that's why I'm weighting it really light. So like, even if we all like have no idea, or like we say this had 0 effect, it can still get a 95 in the other factors. So that's why I'm giving it a really low weight on this one.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, we have to put numbers somewhere, and like I want you to be able to get through this without us continuing to interrupt you. This is your podcast.
At the same time, yeah. So it looks like I think we're all leaning towards trying to give functionality like a decent piece of the pie here. Like we're all kind of like, if the game is good, we want it to make the list type deal.
Mm-hmm. Hewitt Lover asks about a game like Alien Resurrection that gave us modern FPS controls. But did not score well at the time, and it's like,
wait, modern FPS was that really that? That's something I have to research.
That's a whole thing, but I don't think Alien Resurrection would tilt or otherwise would factor in any other capacity besides being an innovative control scheme game.
Let's ask the question: has anyone in this call played Alien Resurrection for the PlayStation 1?
I haven't.
I have not.
No.
No one has ever been like, oh yeah.
Let's not put it on the. I have not. I've not played either. So, no, sorry.
So there's one problem with the whole like this is the certified list. It's like I'm sure there's
games we've played,
a trillion games that none of us have played.
Oh yeah, I just find this fun. I think it'll be like a fun. Yeah. I spent 6 months, researching fucking television shows. I'll do it again for games. Like I don't care. I will do it. But
who knows? I might come out with a game that I'll want to play from here.
Hell yeah!
Like so, 1080 snowboarding.
My goal at the end of this is that you all play Sin Punishment for the Nintendo 64.
I mean, he's right though. Like that is pretty fun.
It's a really good game.
It's on my list of things to play.
It's super good.
A different friend of Arte and I literally was talking that game up yesterday.
It's a very, very good game.
I actually have the cart and the N64 pass through, but I'm guessing it's in Japanese. So.
Yes, I mean that's mine. Remember, I gave that to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We really gotta figure out the formula. Yeah, so like I'm throwing in numbers here tentatively because I know like these are probably gonna change. We know we want this to be. It cannot be greater than 10 because we don't want it to kick it out of the threshold just because it wasn't influential or known or not.
I think one of the categories should be an emoji with sunglasses and fuck yeah next to it. Because I think
is that our personal bias basically?
Yeah. Because like I don't know if Skate 2 would actually make the list ultimately, but like 100%. That was literally the impetus for this whole thing, and I think Stat and I would both put on sunglasses and say fuck yeah when talking about Skate 2.
I would take sports games, like Skate 2 sports game, we'll put it there. I would definitely fight for like that is like in the realm of sports games, that's a fucking banger.
But also like
NFL Blitz.
NFL Blitz. No Mercy. Tony Hawk 2 and 3.
Tony Hawk 2 and 3 get like full points on functionality and effect on gaming culture.
And fuck yeah, because Spider-Man's in it.
Yep. Because
So genre is not a factor here. So like the games in their genre will only compete against the games in their genre. Like we're not gonna argue that one classic game is better than another.
But can a game really be a 10? It's hard as hell for me to think of anything that perfectly can be a 10. You should play Alien Isolation. No, I'm just kidding.
I just bought that, and I guess I'll have to see what that is. But okay, like, you know what? Here's another. I'm gonna start just to see, because the games he sells have like different properties about them, and if we can start breaking down games, I think we can get our list. But here's another one I think is like should belong here, but we'll see.
Can you just make the text a little bigger in these windows, because I cannot read it? Like,
really,
this looks like 5%, 50%, and 30%, which is not equal 100.
Do you mean these right here?
These,
yeah.
Okay,
these bigger.
Zoom in a little bit.
I'm sorry,
I can't read them.
I'm very sorry.
What defines a bigger? Yeah, thank you.
So yep. So this is what I'm trying to.
Okay, so now we have 65% of a formula.
Of a formula.
And another 35 is a cool emoji with sunglasses.
So here's another one I think definitely like is a banger, but
yeah.
Again, like you're just like tossing stuff on here, and it's like, yeah, but
why?
Why?
But like the why is the question. It's like, why?
That's
why are we not fighting on this? Is
it's
what
really,
I'm trying to
it
get.
is kind of like a fuck yeah factor, and it's like some of that stuff is hard to quantify.
And part of San Andreas, I'll say in particular, is a lot of nostalgia. Like,
That's
we have a
true.
particular nostalgia for this era of games that like the Gen 7 games just can't hold up to.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But,
I
like,
mean, I can argue that mechanically, presentationally, like everything else, all the qualities that we've listed, GTA 5 is a better game. But when we come to GTA 5, we might argue about that one, because I know there are people who don't like it.
Yeah, it's like San Andreas, Vice City. It's like I put on sunglasses. I'm like, yeah. But then like GTA 5, a game that like probably if I was to tell someone who doesn't play games before, that would probably be the GTA. I'd be like, well, yeah, you play 5.
And I guess what I'm trying to do here is like take what you're saying and say it's like, so basically the functionality of the game isn't too great. It would not hit its max mark. However, something inside of you is telling you like, no, this belongs on the list. So how do I get that number is what I'm trying to.
It's just nostalgia.
It's what I'm.
Maybe like one of them should be time, both like nostalgia and how well it holds up. Because like GTA 3,
I'm trying to
gone back
eliminate
to
that.
That like is like the Space Jam effect of like that. Don't go back to that.
Should there be like
The game stinks.
a formula for for like the layman, like the average Joe?
Like
What do you
so
mean,
you're suggesting like splitting them up versus I'm really trying to say if I'm putting San Andreas and we talk about it, and at the end of the day it comes down to like if I give this to my child at 15 years old and they play it for a little bit and they're just like I can't control it or something, but like I really don't think you cannot control that game. It plays different.
Would you hand GTA San Andreas to a 5-year-old?
No.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, well, this is why I'll never let you around children.
But like I understand, but like I definitely understand like what you're saying. So basically what I'm trying to do in my head is like San Andreas cannot get a perfect score with functionality because it's been one-upped. Like we've done it better. So what number has to be here to not basically fuck it, or like what score would it have to get in a sense?
You have to put it in. You have to have some sort of just like, because there's effect on gaming culture at the time, right? Which for that game in particular you cannot deny. Like
so yeah, that would get like a 5, and then like
Samuel L.
sure.
Jackson was a voice actor in that game back when it came out. Like that was
James Woods.
Yeah. Like
a celebrity.
Yeah, a celebrity was a voice actor in a video game for probably the first time.
Like even like keep in mind that's 2005, so that's like real soon after voice actors were in games in general.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
We're not too far removed from like voiceless games, but then you also have like. I think it has to come back down to like time, like nostalgia, like the effect that time is like our time away from it and how that has changed the way we look at it. Because I'm going to think, well, actually, some of us may have gone back and played San Andreas. I haven't. but I'm sure
that's
someone in this call has.
you know what? I've never played it. I just know that everyone speaks highly of it. So that's definitely something I can go into and be like, okay, I don't have nostalgia for this. How does this game go?
Like he, through the osmosis of game discourse, has like put in his head San Andreas is
Yeah.
So
I would definitely rank it like, I know everyone says this is hot shit. I've never played it.
Well, have you played any of the other GTA games of that same generation? Because they're all very
only
similar.
played 4 and 5. That is it.
Like for me, I would put Vice City over the other 2, 3.
I would put Vice City
because that's the one I like the most. Because by the time San Andreas was coming out, we were kind of past it a little bit. Not to say it's not like probably technically and feature wise the best one of the 3. It's just that like it was the third one, and so at the time its impact on me was a little bit less.
For me personally, like San Andreas was the game that, because like Grand Theft Auto was not allowed in my household, so I had to sneak it. So a friend of mine like lent me that game, and I would play it at like 12 at night when everyone else had gone to sleep, and be up to about 3 in the morning before I had to, go to school the next day. And I have like fond memories like sneaking that game in, and that is the only Grand Theft Auto game to this day that I have beaten. Like played all the way through, like story wise, and just did all like the side stuff.
100%. And that, what you just said, like that factor of a memory is, I think, the score we're trying to, like, that's the thing we're trying to figure out, like give a name here of like, how does that weigh on us? Because we all have very specific personal memories of and experiences with games that make them very special to us in the time and place that we played them. But how do we qualify that? Because they're all going to be different. Those memories are all going to be slightly different from each other, but that has to be part of the conversation as well.
So, so what do you, so wouldn't that fall into this though? Like the effect on its, like the culture, like just because.
I'm saying that there's a difference between Samuel L. Jackson being a voice actor in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and RJ playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas at midnight while his parents were asleep so that he could play it. Those are like different things. Like those are different factors into why this game counts.
That?
Like I said, like it's like almost like personal tilt, personal effect, like something like that.
I'll try to robotically account. I'll just put this as like subjective, because like there's that undeniable human quality, which we all acknowledge we can't get away from. So yeah, sure, I'll throw it in the formula.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they're saying this needs to be a weekly podcast.
Okay, guys, get through this one before you decide that. Because if we're here talking about like, all right, guys, we have homework. We all have to play 10 Atari 2600 games and talk about them next week. I've got Yar's Revenge, and none of you guys can have that one because that's the best one. Like, I'm not sure if you guys want to listen to that.
A weaker. Just based on the
3%?
fact that anybody can love truly anything. Anybody can really love anything is the thing. It's
but
like
everybody can love 1080 snowboarding, and that's
you saying anybody can love anything is the most poetic and beautiful thing you've said on a podcast.
Ryan, I love Space Jam. I love it. It's a horrible movie. It's awful. It's garbage. But I love it.
We're making a list of banger movies. We're putting Space Jam on the list.
I can't. I can't put it. I can't.
Turn this fucking thing off. Just turn this whole car around. Fuck this.
There's no Space Jam DVDs on here.
It is even hotter in this room right now. It has gotten considerably warmer in this room.
You're getting too heated up in there, man.
I am getting too heated up. It's the spot. Yeah. Okay. I think you. First of all, one, you need to spell subjective correctly, and two.
Okay, hold on. I got this.
Are you gonna ask the game?
He intentionally did
There
that.
we go.
Oh my god.
All right, let's go.
Fine. That's fine. But I think this has to be more than 3%. I think that has to be more than 3%.
I agree.
Basically, are we all in agreement that subjective opinion cannot kill it from a banger?
Cannot kill it? How do you mean?
Basically,
No,
like
so
if somebody really dislikes a game, it does not remove it from the list.
No, it doesn't remove it from the list.
So it
But I'm
cannot be
saying that,
greater
like,
than 10%.
But I'm saying that like subjective. I think that this score.
Do you
like,
want
this
5 and 5?
factor and the thing that what is your name? Wesker was saying
shit.
before. Is that what we're calling it? The thing that Wesker was saying before about like the emoji with sunglasses that says "fuck yeah," like that's the same thing. We're saying the same thing about.
And that should be at least 35%.
And that should be some larger factor. because okay, at this point we're at like 60% total, 70% total. What's the rest?
I've lost the Excel sheet.
I know you have lost the Excel sheet. Now I'm looking at your desktop.
I've lost the Excel sheet.
Is it gone
I
completely?
sincerely hope you saved this.
No, I did. I have to reopen it.
Okay, that's fine. Because right now I'm looking at your Grand Theft Auto Vice City background.
It's subliminal messaging.
Subliminal messaging that game has to be on.
There we go.
Okay.
So basically, based on what you're saying, that like the effect on the culture nor somebody's opinion on the game should kill it off the list. Neither of these can pretty much kill it from the 90% threshold.
Look, we're at some point going to get in an argument where these numbers eliminate something that
We don't want to
someone's not gonna. Yeah,
But that's what I'm here for. I love doing that shit. I love making math out of people because you can. Like that's all I learned in school. You really can make math out of people. We're not special.
Okay. But like, okay, so fine. But like, we're pretty. I don't have a timer on me. What time is it right now? We were almost an hour into this conversation, and we're at like,
that's fine.
70% of a rubric for a conversation that we still have to have.
This is definitely not something we're gonna do in like a couple hours. Absolutely not.
Okay, but okay. So if you're saying subjective is only 5%, then what the hell is the rest of this? Like, what else do you want to?
I'm assuming like I'm trying to leave room, which is why I have these colored in. I'm trying to leave room for like if we come up with something else, then I can give a base number, and then we can start tweaking the numbers around it. But like I'm just trying to get like the base list first, and then go to the numbers, and then we can go to the games.
Okay.
But like is there anything else we can think of? So like going back to the list again, like how do
what else do you want to put on this?
What other elements of these games are we not like considering that we think should be on here?
Like, well, what if you like break a game down into its parts? It's like gameplay and presentation. And like, I mean, you maybe could factor in narrative, but that's part of presentation.
Does it show nipple? Is that
yeah, DMX XXX is definitely on the list.
That? Gameplay, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, gameplay.
Like what? Yeah, I get like what.
I'm trying to think of other people's like
You just got real quiet.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, you do back.
Okay, yeah. I'm really because I'm definitely not trying to rush. So I'm just trying to like let's see what can go on the list. What do we need to put?
I mean, you can like take gameplay and you can take presentation and divvy them into other parts, but other than that, it's basically the emotions that are elicited from playing these games, or whether it's like
there we go,
positive or negative. But that's like
so emotional response, its effect, the game itself, how it presents. Is there quite literally anything else before like?
I guess like fun would be part of the emotional response. I mean,
like how much fun you have with it, definitely. Like, so you know what? I'm gonna start like doing the sub list here. So let's do like shit.
The sub list?
No.
1% for pixel count, or
okay.
That's it. I'm keeping it in the same box, but yeah, presentation. I'll also just throw in like its visuals, its audio, graphics, or that's the same thing. So visuals.
Are there any other things
sound
unrelated
design
to the like personal experience of playing the game? Because like effect on gaming culture kind of is the outside factors that do factor into someone like wanting to play a game or hearing about a game, or even does paint the personal opinion of someone while playing a game. If they hear something is good, they're more inclined to believe it's good,
which is like
and look past its faults.
So are we in agreement of like for the video game, the game itself should hold the most weight, the presentation is just the means to present the game and make you want to play it, and then these two fall into more subjective territory.
I think that this falls apart depending on what genre of game you're playing, because Final Fantasy VII's impact on gaming or impact on me or the reason why people like it is not the gameplay.
Yeah, it's the
I mean, I like the gameplay, but
it's like
that game,
the presentation and
it's
Yeah.
But if it's, I guess if it's a bad RPG, then I'm saying it shouldn't be on the list. If it's like if it's a bad game fundamentally, it should not be on the list.
But it's not a bad game fundamentally. It's just what it's trying to achieve as a game is different than, say, a platformer or a first-person shooter. Like, it's, the enjoyment you get out of it is different. And so to say that it is necessarily bad because it's not as quick and snappy and responsive as Mario 64.
Oh no, then no. At that point, I would say like stop right there and compare it to other RPGs, please. Before
we can look at a game that's up on that list you tossed on. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. As a game, the shooting is like whack, and like the riding the bike for catching the damn train and all that is like, I would not say that holds the test of time. I think what makes San Andreas an absolute bullet for that list is the fact that it like captured the culture and was for its time a crazy game that has certainly been outclassed.
100%.
Yes.
But I think the argument for it holding up is that its presentation is so solid, its story is good, it's like its effect on gaming is resonated to this day.
Okay, let's go with that. Ways. So you're trying to say the combination of A, B, and C should,
I think, A, C, and D put it up there, and B of those four categories, assuming A through A is the top, D is the bottom. I think effect on gaming culture, presentation, and emotional response / fun.
So if this is 10, I mean, let's say let's put this at 40. So the gameplay with these numbers, the gameplay at bare minimum, sure, it's outclassed. It cannot hit the max, but it shouldn't fall below a 40. You should still be able to pick this up and be like, yeah, I can drive the cars, I can shoot people. It just handles a little bit funky, but once I play around with it, I'm into it. Type deal. I should not pick this game up and go this doesn't work. That is what I'm trying to say for gameplay. There should be no games that just don't work in its genre that should be on here.
I get what you're saying. I just the thing I'm trying to avoid with this list is, or these criteria is a criteria that benefits one generation and one game design has changed over generations, and I don't want a criteria that benefits one generation and really hurts another one, because again, like I mentioned before, at one point in Gen 5 we were children, and Gen 6 we were tweens, and then by Gen 7, by the end of it, we were all cranky young adults and hated lots of things, and I don't want that to hurt Gen 7 because we were mad about this game is a walking simulator, this game is a cutscenes game.
Too many DLC.
I know what you are saying, however, I'm definitely going to say every generation should not be cranking out the similar amount of times, just because this is a brand new medium. Despite how we've grown up with it, this is so new in respective to other mediums of creation. Generation 1 should absolutely not contend with generations that got to learn from it, or but in that sense, if I was being as unbiased as possible, there's no way that Gen 5 should be able to compete with the ones that got to learn from it, because very few games got it right here. More games got it right here. Even more got it right here. It should, in theory, be getting more and more. However, I'm just trying to be as robotic about it as possible. I don't want fucking, I know it's not a banger, but I don't want Custard's Revenge on here just because people liked it.
It is a literal banger, actually.
it is a literal. But yeah, I don't want
that game the better. I'm just trying to not create a list where Telltale's The Walking Dead just falls off because there's no gameplay. You know what I mean?
At the same time, it's but what is the game? Are you doing it? I get.
I'm
Okay,
not-
you're going for
I'm
like
not
you're
gonna
going
have
for
the what is a game conversation with you guys. Like, if a game is calling itself a game, it's a game, and I'm not gonna like have this like, well, if it doesn't have this much gameplay, then this is a bunch of bullshit for kids and moms. Like, I'm not here to have that conversation. But I'm gonna say that like you can't just throw things off this. Well, I guess you can. It's your fucking list, isn't it? But I'm just trying to like give games that were designed with like a different ethos and a different respect and a different audience, like a different the audience changed and what they expected from these games changed over time, and I'm trying to like make sure those games have a chance to like matter.
Let's put this on here because I think this covers them.
I don't want
think
them
this
to be
really
like,
covers
well,
them.
you know,
Let's do
it's not a
genre.
fun
So like
platformer.
but like that should be covered under my like compare genre to a genre. So like I'm not saying compare Telltale to something not in that genre. I'm saying like, what is this thing trying to do? Is it the best in its class? That's what I'm trying to say with this list. So just because somebody doesn't like that game, I'm saying this is a banger in that class.
That's fair.
It belongs on that list. So that should genre. Do not mix and match do not mix and match genres for this whole
that's
thing.
fair. I can agree with that.
Here's a. Oh, go ahead. Here's my proposal.
Okay.
Gaming culture, 15%. Gameplay, 35%. Presentation, 35%.
Wait. Sorry.
Fun,
So 15%. Wait. So you're saying 15 what?
15, 35, 35, 15. Adds to 100, but the core elements of the game take main precedence. But then basically the cultural or the fuck yeah factors, if it nails the other two, if it hits on either of the other two, will basically
Negate
put it on the list. And if it doesn't hit the other two,
I like
then,
this. I like this a lot.
Then it's not a banger.
I can go.
So
with that.
so this gives it wiggle room to say like this shit is so undeniably good it can bump it up to a 90. However, if it's solid on the parts that we care about, okay, you know what? I really like that actually. If it's like,
and it would have to be an 85% threshold because.
So like so now the new question is like what threshold do we want in these two to pretty much bypass the other two?
I don't think if it nails those two, it's necessarily a banger because there are games like I don't know, Mass Effect 3 that is pretty and by all accounts plays well, but definitely has not had a positive effect on the culture of games. And I don't think any of us would be like, yeah, Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
Damn, this is
it
good.
would be like a 70% would not hit it. That's why I think like an 85%.
So again, I'm basically saying there is a threshold here. Like there must be a threshold to where like if these two things play like enough to where we're like, yeah, we can't deny the quality of the game, but I get what you're saying to where like we can't deny the quality of like it's like
right.
Like I really like where this is going actually. So yeah,
basically, I think it would like in order to be a banger, it has to hit with the two in the middle. It has to be a fun ass game, and it has to like hit on the presentation. And then
I'm
in order to
right now.
actually be like a certified banger, it has to either be like important enough that it's undeniable by us as a tentpole gaming experience, or we have to have the personal bias of being like, yeah, this game's just fucking rule.
The only thing I'm gonna fight you on is like very rarely do percentages should line up. Like I would never argue like the visuals could be ass, but if the game is good enough, I don't care about that the fact that your sound design wasn't super good or the visuals weren't the greatest. Like if your game is something, this should take precedence over this.
Then what we should probably do is split both gameplay and presentation into sub percentages and then lower the threshold so that it can hit on parts of each of them. Like no, not split 45-25. Like keep them to where if they hit on everything in those parts,
that's what I'm saying. So basically, if these two are good, regardless of the subcategory, if these two things are fine, it allows to bypass these other two. However, if these other two are so fucking trash, they're weighted enough to affect its 90% threshold. In a sense. So,
but that's why I think so. So the reason why I said we need to split up gameplay and presentation, but keep them so that the sub elements would still add up.
You mean visuals and sound design inside a presentation?
Right. Like visuals would be, if we were just to add it to 35, it'd be like 13% and 12%. And same with gameplay. It'd be like controls versus, I don't know.
You know, maybe saying this is like, that will help you out, because I'm just saying this is like a maximum percentage.
The reason why it's like 45 versus 25, I think they should both still be even, because there are games that play super well and look ugly, and there are games that are like gorgeous but are like a big turd to play. But some of those games that'll be gorgeous in theory should supersede the quality of the game. You know, if it's like a whole
absolutely
experience.
not. At the point of the game, like the visuals are there to convey the game.
I think what makes a game special is like what separates it from a movie or a book is interactivity, not necessarily
the gameplay.
That when the whole controller is in your hand, it's like this, like, you know, the character feels good when running, you know. It's like there are games that like don't necessarily, like Ape Escape, I think doesn't control very well, but I think there's certainly an argument to be made on the list because of every other factor. Partially, but the controls are fine, but like there's certainly a lot of problems with the original Ape Escape.
So then my response to that would be, okay, it doesn't hit the maximum 45%. It would lose points here. Does it still pass 90? That's basically like, this should have more weight, because like for the game, you definitely don't want the essence of what it is, regardless of your genre. Like, this cannot be broken.
Well, I'll defer to the other two then on how they would break this down.
So basically, can you argue that it's only 10% broken? And like, this is where our bias will come in. But basically, if this is broken if this hits 0, it has no chance of hitting this threshold. If this hits 0, no chance. If this hits 0, there might be a chance. If this hits 0, there might be a chance. It's basically, I'm like in that direction of
what do the other two have to say?
So like, sorry, go ahead.
I think the thing, like, the reason why I'm okay with if gameplay doesn't hit, then it's disqualified. Based on but I also agree with what Wesker is saying right now, is because we've said, like,
you can just call me Jim. It's fine.
Okay. The thing that Jim is saying also should hold true, because we kind of put into place that we can't make apples to oranges comparisons between genres. Like, we can't take we can't say bring up System Shock 2 and say like, there's menu stuff that's really clunky, but hey, in this other game that's like a super fun, amazing platform where it's snappy and great and playing it's super fun. So therefore System Shock 2 doesn't make it on the list because it's like old and weird.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Because we're not comparing between the genres.
Yeah,
like, we're not
doing
making that comparison. Mm-hmm. Like when we bring up Mass Effect 3 or 2 or 1, we're comparing it to like other third-person shooters and really to other action RPGs. We're not comparing it to Quake. Because if we do that, that's not fair. Because of course it's a little bit slower paced. Of course the controls are a little more fumbly. Of course, because that's just what the game is.
Exactly.
But
exactly that.
Art, you got any?
So I am in agreement with gameplay being like
the king.
The max,
the
gameplay and everything
should have the most.
Okay.
It should have the most.
I don't know. Like, do you want to do like a subcategory for gameplay, or
I'm putting these under here as like things we're taking into consideration to affect the overall score. Because like something can have less than perfect gameplay, but like if you're still hitting that 90 and you don't get the 45, who fucking cares? Like if you get 35 and you max out the other things, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. If your gameplay is like trash, like absolute trash, like
exactly,
it is unplayably bad, that should be disqualifying. But if it's just sort of subpar, but the rest of it is super amazing, then
I guess as long as we stick to internalizing it in its own genre.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
You have to do that.
otherwise it's like Hollow Knight and Dark Souls are going to be the only perfect games, and then
You mean 1080p snowboarding and Shingo the skateboarder will be the
yeah,
worst.
sorry. Skate 2 is fun. Skate 2 is popular. Anyway, yeah. So as long as we're good at self-policing our Street Skater,
Worst Skater thing. The gameplay is much worse, but the soundtrack, that's
Oh man,
yeah,
so good.
hitting.
Listerine on Saturday.
Yeah.
So sure, okay. In that regard, 45, 25, 15, 15 equals 9. So that would mean that.
Wait, oh shit, we're missing 10%. Okay, yeah, we gotta add some. Maybe
no?
maybe I was going for 35,
Okay.
but are you sure? Because this is 70, this is 80. No,
I'm
I
trying
had
not
it.
to do math wrong on the podcast.
yeah.
I had it right.
Yeah.
Yes, this is right.
I had it right.
Yes.
Okay, so just for the threshold, if it was 90, if it hit on gameplay, culture, and fun, and was just like looked like diarrhea, would that hit 90? It'd be
So what I was trying to
85%.
I think we have to subjectively decide what diarrhea looks like.
Okay, someone earlier, I think it was Sandwich Man, had mentioned Pong. So Pong is like has no visuals, but one is unbelievably like undoubtedly maybe the most effective game on gaming culture. Like video games would not exist in the same way without it.
So 15, so it gets a 15.
It's air hockey. Air hockey's a classic.
Yep. I like the knob control.
Yeah, and
Great sound.
by all accounts, it controls well. But by our current thing, so we know gameplay for sure, 45, effect 15. Well, maybe not 45 for gameplay, but certainly the 15 on culture. I don't think anyone would argue that it's not fun. It's like the most basic game.
Yeah, as of now, it would get a 75. So as of now, it gets a 75. So this goes back to this is why visuals, I don't give a shit if the game's good. So let's go to let's try a 60 fucking.
Oh no. Because then it's
too high. Let's try 50, 30.
Well, I think we should maybe lower the threshold. Because 90% is like
I'm going for Harvard Law. Oh yeah, we can also adjust this value as well.
Nothing's making it. Yeah.
Let's go to what is it? What was it again? 35.
It was 35, and then you raised it to
shit. Let me just control
45 and 25.
There it is.
Yeah.
That doesn't add up.
As of now, if we're saying Pong's visuals. You know what?
It's too much percent. This is 110%. You can't beat 100%.
You can give 110%.
But now that gives me another this makes me think of another set. So instead of saying visuals, we'll just say we'll say it's how appealing is it?
I wouldn't say Pong is visually appealing necessarily.
Convey information or convey its information.
Coney information. No, I'm not touching that one.
So on Pong, you can definitely look at it and you can go, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do without even any instructions or some shit like that. So that's presentation doing it justice. Sound design is just it's a bunch of beeps. It's not really appealing to look at if you're we can make the background look like ice hockey, or we can do all this shit with the visuals, but it's just a black screen and 2 bars. So not the best. However, it's conveying its information really, really good. So out of this 25, if we're saying Pong definitely should be here, none of us are fighting it, and we're trying to hit 90 still.
Pong. I don't want Pong to be on this list.
Oh no.
Pong.
Let's try
all right. In that case, sure. But
raise your virtual hands. Who in this room has played Pong?
I
have.
Pong?
Yeah.
I have.
Okay, fair enough.
But this is why sorry, go ahead.
What's the block breaker game where the thing bounces up and hits
Breakout?
the thing?
Breakout.
Yeah. Breakout, not a banger.
I do like Breakout. That game's fun.
Because if we're eliminating Breakout, then we don't even need to talk about any gen before the SNES. Because Breakout is a top 2 game from pre-1985.
Okay. Okay. I
Which is why we're. But no, this is why it started here. because we
Fine.
should be able to take these games, break them down into our formula, and get what we want.
God, this
For,
is gonna
like-
be like a 19-month conversation.
Exactly. But like basically
I think
that's why I started here. So like we have games that we are not arguing about amongst ourselves. So can we take this game, put it into the formula, and get what we want? And if not, what do we have to adjust?
Okay, so let's start with let's do San Andreas.
So let's start with, because that one has like a little bit of debate on it. So let's take the game San Andreas and let's just plop it in. So we're saying it pretty much hits the max.
It's 15 full,
Like,
full,
this-
full marks
this
on
is-
gaming culture.
No one's gonna fight that one. Gameplay. So like, what are we deducting points on, and what are the subcategory or like the factors that we're doing? So we're getting like controls, probably level design is in that one,
Mission design.
Not all games have levels.
or like I guess what I'm saying is like, if you're making a platformer, how good is the shit you're jumping around on? If you're making an RPG, how well written is your plot? If you're making
World design would be in visuals.
basically dependent on your genre, how well are
level
you?
design.
So yeah, how well are you utilizing the game's playability how well are you utilizing the game systems in reference to your genre? So yeah, like level design is what I'm trying to say with that.
I feel like we're gonna run into issues with this one, but okay.
Yeah,
And,
we'll
like,
probably,
this is still-
as we get into some more esoteric stuff, we'll
This is
definitely
gonna-
have to like
Yeah.
Yep, but like that's good. That makes it
further
formula.
break down.
Let's see. So how it controls, how well are you utilizing what you built for the game? I guess
Replayability.
conveying information probably goes in a presentation. So yeah.
Replayability.
Because not necessarily like I don't play like let's go to like a walking sim examples. Like if it was like a really good, well written story that I just kind of interact with, I may not necessarily want to replay that.
100%. Yeah.
That's true.
Let's see. It's just like I can also see it on your side as well. Like there's some games that are just like they're so
I
damn
guess
replayable.
instead of level design, it'd be like space design because it's like the space that the game is taking place.
Or let's just say
Place in.
system utilization. What else are we thinking about for San Andreas? Like, what about?
Because like controls are bad. Like
Some of
because
its
like the
parts,
systems
maybe?
are neat. Like the systems are neat because it's like, oh, you can go to the gym and become buff, or you can.
That
Yeah,
might
it has like
be-
RPG elements and stuff in there.
Or the RPG stuff, the open world stuff. But again, like the open world stuff for its time.
Yeah, that's where I think
impressive.
like that's where it nails max points on the first
Yeah.
part. It's for its time. It was
Incredible.
like crazy. We were like handing it off to someone nowadays. It's like, I mean, if you go into like the spooky forest, it's cool, but like it's kind of
There's nothing in there.
but where like nothing about the gameplay or the exploring the open world in San Andreas from a gameplay perspective is necessarily special or unique or fun in this day and age.
By this time, yeah.
But then, like the fun would go over here. But like,
Sure.
the whole point is to be like the open world. Like you just have to move around like a person would. And I think it gets the job done there. Definitely, like the physics are not as refined, but like certainly that shit still works.
I think that for that generation of GTA games, and again, now we're discussing. So now we're going to take this criteria that we have, and I'm going to discuss this game. I think in order to really appreciate what the fun in those GTA games of that era were, including San Andreas, you have to take into consideration that a lot of what people spent their time doing was messing around in the open world and putting in a bunch of cheats and shooting a bunch of people and running away from the cops and seeing how far they could get the stars up, and like that was super fun. Whereas when we get into like the actual mission design,
Sure, yeah.
all the tailing missions, all the don't break this car and get it to this spot missions, the races, the car races, that stuff does not hold up as well, which is why when you go back and play it from a modern perspective of like, well, now the GTA games are a lot about their story and the characters and those missions, you go back and measure up San Andreas, it kind of doesn't hold up as well because
I
you're
would
not doing
place
the
that
thing
here
we
then.
did back then.
Or I would put that in this weight then. It's like if you're basically making a system that can only do so many things, and then you're asking a person to do something that's like a little bit like, holy shit, this is like kind of hard just because the fact that the game is running this way, then I would put a ding on the system utilization. Maybe it doesn't necessarily play bad just running around, but when you start asking people to do things in your game, the systems are not being utilized well because it's just you're getting kind of fucked.
I would give San Andreas in this category at a max of 45%, like 35%. That's what
Maybe
Like
I wonder if we should even like give it like never mind.
right.
because the gameplay is a little bit, even for, honestly, even for the time, like we had first person shooters at the time, we had other games where you shoot people at the time, but it, and now of course you look at it, if we're comparing now, it's pretty hard to go back to if you've never played it before, or you haven't played it in a long time. And like, Jim, you were saying, you went back to try to play GTA 3 recently. I mean, this game, the shooting is basically the same. Like the lock on, the weird holding down the fire button, the unavoidable damage, the like using cars as a weapon because it's much more reliable to run over people than it is to shoot them. The melee combat being super weird. All that stuff is present, and I believe mostly present. I think maybe some of the gun handling was a little better in San Andreas. I mean, think about the first time you played GTA 4 and you aimed the gun like you would in a standard third-person shooter and it blew you away. Think about how mind-blowing that was. The first time you were like, oh my god, it's like plays like a regular video game now. This is incredible.
Right. As opposed to like having to
Andreas.
mash the square button to fire your gun.
Moving around with the D-pad, mashing the square button while holding R1, except some of the guns put you in that really miserable first-person mode where you can't walk or see what you're doing. All that stuff is San Andreas. And so...
You picked a really good game, RJ, because like this is exactly
This is
what
a really
we
good
need.
game to...
Because I think all of us kind of want to sort of put it on here, but we have to kind of break it down to like what do these numbers need to be in what places, and that's exactly what we need.
It's like I really enjoyed San Andreas, and I am remembering like doing drive-bys in that game feels awful because you don't have any aim when you're driving. You just kind of like point and shoot, and maybe you'll like hit people and maybe you won't. I remember like, one of the cooler missions in the game is you go into a plane and you can't use your gun, so you have to like beat up everybody, like just punch them. And the melee combat in that game is also just like really meh. Like there's nothing really there for it. It looks cool, but it's not that great. So like there are definitely like parts of that game that I remember like controlling or feeling weird or not liking them at all. So I can like I wouldn't even give it like a perfect gameplay score. I probably go with like 30, 35.
I think that's even being too generous. I think Dr. Dog made a good point.
Just call him Ryan, please.
He said Brian already.
I forgot if we had established that. But anyway, Ryan made a good point in that like the parts of San Andreas that I most remember are like entering a cheat code to get a bazooka and then killing the cops for like 6 hours, which like I assume that part, shooting a bazooka at cops and having stuff explode, still probably hits pretty well.
Yeah. Argument for those GTA games.
So it would hit well here, is what you're saying.
Right. So like,
how good does it have to hit here, basically, to keep it at the number that we want?
Well, so if we just like step away from gameplay for a second, presentation, like the story narratively holds up, I think. From what I've not actually finished the story, so I am talking a little bit through my teeth here. But from what I understand of the story, it's still very good. the like its use of music was really crazy. Its use of like 90s rap at the time was insane, and very few games to this day have attempted a similar theme, and so it's still kind of unique to this day in that regard. So like it doesn't like visually it was never really that good looking because it was like a 2001 game in 2005. So and it like where Vice City it also like it was like it's just like dirty grimy Los Angeles, whereas like Vice City utilized its like lighting and stuff a little bit better to capture 80s Miami. So I don't know if it would get full marks on presentation, but I think it should get really high marks because by and large it did like everything really, really well.
And then I would say,
in a
yeah,
way that like worked.
And I would say that's the sum of its parts right there. Like everything isn't like the best individually, but like all this shit coming together to make this experience like definitely count for something.
Some
and
of
then
its parts.
Like like maybe like
some of its presentational parts.
Yeah, the sum of like maybe like the cars in GTA aren't as good as Gran Turismo. That's fine. The guns aren't as good as a first-person shooter. That's fine. But like you put all this shit together, all these things coming together to make like this city is just like holy shit. You can't deny that.
Sunglasses factor. It's definitely like a fuck yeah game.
Sunglasses factor.
And so in that regard, it would be definitely hit the 30% for the top and bottom.
What are you doing?
And then like if we're not giving it full marks for gameplay, and even if we give it full marks for presentation and it hit 55%, it would have to then have hit 35% on gameplay, which I don't know, maybe. But the game's kind of jank.
So are we saying that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is not a banger? Is that what we're saying?
That's why I almost
That's why we
know.
like this.
That's why I don't know if we should weigh gameplay as heavily, because Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, like we all agreed unconsciously.
Exactly. So that's why I'm just saying, like, no, like we need to keep tweaking the numbers and or adding other sub factors, giving them values to try to be as robotic as possible.
Or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is not on this list.
Which is I mean that's a possibility. I'm definitely not saying it's not.
No, Vice City definitely good. I mean, the game plays perfectly.
We can't create a set of criteria, say it is perfectly we can't create a set of criteria and say it's perfectly objective. Underlined. We also can't create a set of criteria, call it perfectly objective, and then tweak it so that specific games make it onto the list and the other games don't.
No. Like I'm saying, like I think why I started with this is because like there's games on here where we're like, no, this is a banger. Like I don't care what you say, and so like we have to just if we break one of them down into like why it is, especially one with flaws, which is good because it'll create this discussion. We can keep on like adding. I've gotten like more subcategories just like out of this discussion. I'm like just like what should be weighted
reason why
where.
San Andreas is a banger is because it's fun to blow up cars. The rap music was cool when I was that age. I was in middle school.
Music is cool now.
It's cool, but like the real reason why this is on the list is because it has a huge impact. It was fun to blow up the cars. The music was cool, and Grand Theft Auto was cool at that age. Like that's the reason it's on this list. Mm-hmm. If you try to put it through this like weird criteria, fun factor, and whatever, it is very possible that it falls apart. But the reason why we emotionally say unanimously it is a banger is because we all have an emotional attachment to Grand Theft Auto San Andreas in that era of Grand Theft Auto.
I do not.
Games.
I've never played it.
But you universally said it should be on this list. Like you agreed. Like it should be on this list. Why?
That's what I'm trying to break down. Like right now.
Well, okay, but when you dragged it up there, why did you do so?
Because I knew
I think we can all agree.
Because like I thought of like GTA's like I literally thought of them all, and I'm like, what's the one that like everybody does not like shut up about? Okay, like it's this one, but why? it's probably like it's the last one in its line, so it's had the most time to like refine itself on that engine. Probably like, you know, probably has the most polish, probably plays the best out of all of them. The one that people will kind of point to, like it had a little bit of all of this. So I'm just trying to figure out what value has to be on these to make it so. Even if it's like the 90 minimum, which is fine, and then I think that'll be like a good. Once we take like this is a benchmarking game and we throw other games through it and it just keeps working, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Basically, what formula do I put in here that like kind of works for the majority? Maybe it fails like here and there, but like if it works for like, I'll even say like 7 out of 10 times, I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that. I'll call that a win.
I would say I'm actually about to jump to another game. With San Andreas.
Okay.
My favorite Rockstar game is Bully.
Really?
Yeah. I think Bully is better than San Andreas.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
another one
in terms of like the gameplay parts of it and like the story and presentation, like all of that, I think that would make it. I think that would be
like a better
debate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure like there's a game here that we can pick that pretty much is probably close to just being a 90 that'll make me put these numbers in the right spot. That's what I'm looking for right now. Like,
I think my argument is because it's like we all agreed, the ones who had played San Andreas, that it definitely counts. And I think like the gameplay being stinky should not be like as eliminating a factor as it is in our current threshold.
But then like going on to you, I think what you're saying is the missions are bad, but it plays fine when you're doing other things. So the controls can be fine. Maybe the system utilization is under par. There might be another subcategory we're missing here so that we can subtract points where we need to.
Or like emotional response maybe should be higher. Because like I think like I mean, okay. If we want to have an argument over what is art and all that, I think it's like the elicitation of emotions from consuming a thing. And so just like to, you know, say that element of appreciating something is only 15% of why it's good, when that's really why we do anything in general, I think is almost like
it's just because that's like the human factor of it. Just like any of us all 4 of us can play the same shit and just come out with like, he'll love it, he'll hate it, I'll be lukewarm, you'll be like, what the fuck was this shit? This was like trash. And like, it's just so it's too random. So I cannot deny it should play a part, but it should not like kick something out of the threshold. Which is like I'm already like 15's too high, but like based on what you're saying, like if these two are solid, then it can bypass. So I'm like, yeah, okay.
I think 45 is too high for gameplay.
That's what a game is, though. Like a game is the gameplay. If the game if the game is trash, you're not going to like it.
Maybe you won't. I like trash games.
Like, if it's like if this is like it's unplayable, I hit a button, it works 2% of the time. Like the shit glitches. I open a door and I die. Like what the hell is going on?
Oh yeah, but we're like, but that's like, that's saying like, okay, like a budget indie game that some guy made in his garage obviously wouldn't qualify. But then most indie game we're gonna bring up when we're talking about gameplay, like San Andreas, if its competition is like crappy indie horror, then like San Andreas is like a 45 on gameplay because it works and it functions okay. But San Andreas, like, you know, if that's why it's like, okay, if it like doesn't, I'm like losing my train of thought. I'm sorry, but
that's fine.
It's just like, yeah, like if the threshold for good gameplay is that it functions, then San Andreas gets full marks.
Okay, I'm just gonna bring up real quickly.
Which is like, okay, controls.
I understand
can be
we want to keep
marks.
having this conversation about criteria, but like we've been at this conversation for like an hour and a half, and we haven't actually.
Yeah, that's
like we're
fine.
still making criteria.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wanted to have discussion
absolutely
on how cool San Andreas or PS2 games are. Not necessarily the numerology.
I'm not going to rush this. However long it takes, that's how long it takes.
I think. Okay. San Andreas is a really fucking weird one. It's a really weird one because I think we all agree, everyone who's played it or played that era of Grand Theft Auto games, the gameplay doesn't hold up. If anyone goes back to those games now, and they're not playing the PC version that has the mouse looking, because that's a little different. I get it. I'm sorry, everybody. That's not the version I played. But if we're going back to like the PS2 or console originals where you're holding down a trigger to highlight a person and then mashing on square to shoot them, the mission, playing those games in like the designed missions they have for it is not, it doesn't hold. It wasn't good then. It wasn't that great then. I don't think it was.
Like that train mission and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, like those were the games that gave us like kind of epitomized the tailing mission. You know, I mean, there are probably other games before that had that stuff too, but like escort missions, tailing missions. Like I said, the don't crash up this car, but get it through this thing in this amount of time. Like those super like weirdly stressful clockwork number, like keep this meter in this range and don't drive within that range. Like that stuff sucked. But the part where it was a playground to smash up cars and blow up people with tanks, that was super fun. And that's part of the reason why we kind of elicit this but we don't play games like that anymore, and you wouldn't go back and play that game that way anymore unless you intentionally set out to do so. But that experience is basically lost to time now, like unless you again intentionally go out and do that. So if you're going to go out on stream and stream the campaign of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, maybe it's not a banger, maybe it's just not.
So I'm gathering what you're saying, and I'm like trying to split it down. So as if the game functions as a playground, what you're essentially saying is like you can pick it up and play it, and like it'll just work in its sandbox. The moment you try to introduce specific challenges, it doesn't work as well as it can. Is there any other facets that we can like break this up so we can like assign a number to it, and which one should have the most important number?
Well, it'd help if I see controls and system
utilization.
System utilization. So like is there
sound design, convey information, sum of its parts and story.
I guess yeah, some of its parts should probably be like the last thing on
can you like kind of
I've got to make it bigger, yeah. I'm just I'm refining this as I go along.
Someone in chat mentioned Driver 1 did the tailing mission before GTA. And yeah, notice we're not going to talk about Driver 1.
I don't even know what that is.
It's an amazing song.
Now,
I only remember the one.
Now, Stuntman, I think we need
Stuntman. I am great.
No, it's not.
He's talking about it.
Where's Smuggler's Run fit into this?
What?
It's made by Rockstar, if I'm not
It is made
mistaken.
by Rockstar. It's their first PS2 game, I believe.
Where does Oni come in?
Where does what?
Oni? What is this? What am I looking at right now?
What's happening?
I typed in the word banger, and this is what came up in like the search engine, so I'm just putting it there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know why, but it just came up.
Okay, all these percentages, appealing percents. So you're saying you're looking for a combination of appealing sound design, convey information, story, and sum of parts that add up to 25%?
Exactly. So like we've decided on the max. Now like we have these parts, because what you're saying like is it's natural. You're saying it works as a sandbox. It doesn't work as a mission game. Like we can pretty much divide that up into like a math part and then say like which is the more important part, give it a number, move on.
Oh god. I don't know.
I think fundamentally, like if you pick something up and you don't like playing it, that kills the game. So like the very fact that you can pick this up and you don't immediately go like ugh is like, yeah, that should give it some weight. So I'm gonna start with just like a 10 because I'm sure I'm missing categories. Definitely asking you to do something with what you're fucking made is definitely important. Otherwise, you don't have a game. So it kind of takes some rejiggering. You have to kind of learn what doesn't work and what does work versus just it feeling natural, so that harms it. but we don't want it to kick it out of a banger, so it can't be any more than 10%. So I'm gonna go with you know what, I'll do like a max 10. So basically, playing the game as intended is like kind of. I wouldn't even say it's broken. I'd just say like it's really fucking rough versus like it doesn't work.
Sure, like I don't think like I'm not saying the missions are 0%.
Yeah,
just
like
not-
it's definitely not the max.
It's not the max. I'm not saying it's like terrible. Okay, I did say that the missions are terrible. They're not terrible, but it is certain.
Yeah.
It's not the part of playing the game you remember.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not the part of the game playing the game I remember. I mean, San Andreas may be a little different because that story and that narrative and those missions kind of live in people's memories a little stronger than like Vice City, driving the boat around, and that whole thing. Like that part of that game probably is less impactful than it was for San Andreas because everyone remembers all you have to do is follow the damn train, CJ, whether you played that game or not. So clearly those story missions stick out in people's minds.
We missing anything here? Like, how else can we like, you know, slot something in gameplay? Otherwise, we have these two things to work with.
I mean, we are the Harvard Law of game discourse. We
are not the Harvard Law. We're the Harvard dropout.
I mean, that's still pretty good. Like you got into Harvard in the first place.
He's talking about the Little Pump rap album.
Yeah, I'm talking about the record
Dropout.
Harvard Dropout. HAVERD. Is that one?
It's very bad, and
it is very bad.
It's encapsulation of game.
In terms of quality, if I was to rate the system utilization of our discourse and compare it to the system utilization of that album to rap music, I would give them the same score.
Okay.
Holy shit. That's pretty damn low, dude.
Sorry. You didn't even make me a VTuber avatar.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know how to. Mine would be a Pidgey.
A Pidgey.
Yeah, I would literally just be a Pidgey if I can do it.
I think Nintendo would come after you.
Like VR chat, you can be a Pidgey.
Can I
sure
be a
you can,
Pidgey
yeah.
VTuber
Yeah.
actually? Because that is
VR
100% what I want to do.
VTuber Pidgey. Okay.
A VTuber Pidgey, just because who else? Nobody else likes Pidgey. I love
I guess
Pidgey.
like so. Yeah, Hewitt Lover saying it was definitely the fun you made yourself rather than any particular mission, and it's like San Andreas probably to this day is still fun to like just pop in, blow stuff up, and then turn off.
That belongs in gameplay. So this is like I would say that's a plus for the system utilization because like it's an open world, which is like what the system is built for, and the fact that you can just choose to
this
do
like
that.
numerology system is that like
I don't think this qualifies as numerology, but okay.
it is.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're
spiritual
saying.
number science.
Okay, okay.
So it's like there's going to be tons of games.
Mhm.
I mean, every game really that is going to have some flaw.
That's why I'm trying to refine
And
it. This isn't
so I feel
fast.
like it's hard to like. It's like it would probably get way higher marks if we are considering San Andreas as a like mess around sandbox versus as like a action game the developers intended it to be played as.
I would argue
Or at
that's
least
both.
to some degree. So
Like the fact that you can do that, I would say that's intentional. You just making your own fun. Like, hey, if you don't want to play it that way, fuck it. The game supports that.
right. So should we then knock a game for its flaws when in theory it would still absolutely be a great time if you just ignore like do we take the bad parts of a game into account if those parts don't necessarily matter towards one's enjoyment of the game?
So to put it back into number terms, I would just say we are arguing the systems category. You're saying that like just because the missions don't work, the open game world definitely does, and it sustains attention. I would agree with you, and I would say we need to dock points because the missions in game don't work as good as they can. However, a lot of people choose to play the game to ignore the mission. The game sustains that. Let's give it like a 7, 6. 6 out of 10%.
Out of 10% or out of 45%?
I know, like out of this percentage, which will factor into its max. So like, yeah, we've docked points for the systems, but maybe the controls are fine, and then now we have a number here, and then
I don't know if I can have this micro scoring system for every game that gets proposed for all these.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to. I'm going to do it. I need to set out boundaries that I can try to consistently follow, which is like the discussion. Basically,
are
like,
we gonna wait for you to make these micro scores and then plug them into the statometer and see if it spits out banger or not?
I guess here is the things I want to look for when looking at all 9 generations of games. Here are the factors I'm going to like try to take into consideration and how much weight they should hold to try to keep my bias out of it is essentially like the formula I'm looking for. I know we're not going to do this with all games because I think y'all have lives.
Why? What is this picture of Dr. Mario looking at this woman holding a very large Nintendo Switch cartridge?
Her face superimposed on the Dave Chappelle druggy.
Well,
What?
Let me
Not to
tell you
get us
something.
off topic, but
Wait,
it was
wait,
on the
wait,
screen
what?
for a long time.
Hold on, that Dr. Mario is from a Houston commercial.
I'm so
No
lost.
Yes.
What?
Oh, don't
Yes.
dox.
Oh no. What's happening?
Forget I said
Lord.
anything. Okay.
I'm
Controls is 10%.
the thing
System
on the
utilization 10%.
I got it.
We're missing 25%. What is the other 25%? Is it fun factor?
Yeah, that's
Well,
Is
the
it
fun
straight
is in the emotional response.
Wait, are you asking about this? Yeah, I mean the
I
only
just-
subcategory
I
we
feel
have
like-
here is like people's response to it, which
I
is
feel
like
like
kind of
Stat is really trying to shove objectivity into a conversation that is inherently subjective in a way that I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know if I have enough hours in my life to do.
I do.
for a single
I
game.
agree that that is what's happening, but it's now been almost 2 hours, and my anxiety is kicking in about how
no.
long this conversation has dragged out, and we've actually
Why?
talked about only one game, and it's GTA
that's
San
fine.
Andreas.
That's fine. Why is that like a big deal?
This room is very hot.
Like, did you think we're gonna be like, "Yep, this is the formula. Goodbye, guys." 1 hour later, like, no, like this.
Well,
this
it seems
is
like that's what you're trying to do, though.
no,
like, it
I'm
seems
not.
Like that's your
I'm
objective.
really. I'm
Is to, like,
basically
make this formula that we
Yeah.
can plug any game into and
Yes.
spit out.
However, this is not like, instantaneous or quick by that matter, because we just keep thinking of things which have to be factored in. And I'm very willing to like keep making the adjustments. Like as much as it takes, because if I come out with a video that says like, oh, the best games of each generation, like I already know like there's gonna be contention. The question is like, how do I minimize it to the max?
If San Andreas doesn't make this list, then
I'm saying it should. So the thing I'm trying to figure out is like what are the numbers here to put it on the list? That is what I'm literally trying to do right now. What do the numbers need to be to at bare minimum give it a 90? Then I have my formula.
And I think what you can either say that San Andreas needs to be on this list, or B, we're making an objective list that like you cannot refute and you can plug these things into. And once you do that, San Andreas may or may not be on the list. You can't design this. You can't design. You can't design a rubric around San Andreas getting onto the list.
Basically, damn. That's why I was trying to find the perfect hallmark of like a game that we would all not debate and one that's kind of low on the list to essentially give us our numbers. Something that we would all say like, no, this needs to be on there. It's just not the best one. And then we get the numbers and then we like go from there.
Can we try a different game?
Sure. Okay. Like, yeah. Like, well, what is something that, is like, this is a banger. It's definitely not the best one, but all of us wouldn't fight you. Like, what's one?
Let's try Resident Evil 1, the PS1 game.
You're gonna try RE1.
Are we talking remake or PS?
PS1.
PS1.
Okay.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah. Because
damn, that's what I. You know what? Yeah.
That's contentious, right?
I will definitely entertain the fight because I don't think it should, but I definitely want to hear the. I want to hear the arguments. So
no,
PS1,
okay, I don't. Well, I'm a little bit on the because like, okay, maybe not that because of fuck. I would want at least RE2 to be considered a banger.
I would not bite you on that one.
No,
RE2
okay.
should be on this list.
Okay, so RE2, let's do that one. Let's see if we can
Which
produce
console?
numbers
Dreamcast,
from this.
PS1, N64,
I think PS1.
Game Boy Advance.
No,
What was its original console? PS1?
PS1.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. PS1. Yep, there it is. So there we go. So we have a game where all of us kind of agree it should be on here. So we now need to figure out how do we produce numbers from this, numbers / categories, and then if it works 7 out of 10 times, I'm good.
Gameplay, 10 controls, not my favorite, but
Definitely for like fixed camera angles, like that's what you need.
but sure. Puzzles are really great. The whole ammo scarcity stuff, and which is in all those games, works really well. Visually, like the police station's awesome. The story's really cool. The multi-faceted.
I'm gonna move this over here. Just
Like
because,
there's two different ways to, there's multiple stories, which is certainly novel. It's pretty irrefutable as like a recognized classic, and we all love it. So definitely it hits emotional response and culture.
I'm gonna put story down to emotional response just because, like, yeah, that is something that people can interpret stories kind of differently. I don't know why it's like not letting me type in shit in this fucking cell.
Like, I think
Fucking Excel.
just looking at these subcategories visually looks really cool. Sound design, incredible. Conveying of information, it's like we had this discussion a few weeks ago about Haiti and how Haiti is really not good at conveying information, where those Resident Evil games are really, really good at carrot on the stick, leading the player to, using you have to use your own inferences, but it's really good at kind of guiding you along. Story is really great. It's obviously pretty rudimentary, but it's still, certainly good. Certainly for its time, and I still like it to
I
this
would
day.
subtract the statement for its time because I'm not looking for its time.
Okay.
I think if we're not looking for its time, this doesn't make the list.
I think that's part of like the emotional response type feel. I think I would add for its time as part of like the.
Oh, you could also add like there's like very few video game stories that are actually really great.
Which is like, yes, I would definitely argue that like there's very few good stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think the world, then like a lot of the good qualities of this game are for its time, and therefore, because like gameplay for its time are fine, the controls for its time are acceptable, the graphics for its time are also good. But if you look at like the world building and like action and puzzles of like games today, it's completely outclassed.
Let's see. So I'm still like I'm like trying to conversate as well as like do this list at the same time. I'm like, hold on.
Are its puzzles outclassed?
Maybe not puzzles, but certainly like at the time, the tank controls were contentious. Now they're unacceptable.
Let's do. This is the foundation. Fine. No, like that's what you need. Like tank controls are. For flipping a bunch of angles every couple seconds, like, yeah, that keeps you on point.
Yeah, but when you compare it to games now where you don't have to flip angles,
You compare it to like the remake.
If you compare the original RE2 to the remake, and completely remove for its time historical context, all of that, like none of that matters.
I would go into like
totally
genre at that point.
list.
This is a fixed camera angle thing versus like a not fixed camera angle thing. In which case, like the remake is a better comparison because like it does allow you to have like full 360-degree movement in the same fixed camera angles. It's just like occasionally you'll have to center your stick just to get your like frame of reference back, but tank controls don't lose it to the point where like people actively choose tank controls over the 3D movement.
And the PC versions.
Yeah, like in the new re-release of like RE1 and RE0, which are fixed camera angles, it allows you to just like move the control stick and move. I prefer to play that way, but I know like many of people who will like no. I'm gonna pick I'm gonna go back to tank controls because this is
In
just
my
too fucking.
opinion, I would choose the tank controls mostly because the way the game was designed back then was that zombies,
You don't even need back then. Like people literally just say like no, like I will literally like get off track and movement if I don't have tank controls because the camera angle keeps flipping. Like there's a reason these were made.
I think Ryan's point is pretty sound though, in that like you don't make fixed camera angle games anymore because that was a for its time solution to trying to make games with a lot
Graphics,
of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Better graphics,
So,
absolutely.
That's why I think for its time is something that should be factored in, because when you go into an old game
right here.
Well, yeah, but you've moved it into the 15% instead of the for any of those things.
So you basically, it's like a, would you rather like a for its time?
Because if you're handing Resident Evil 2 to a young teenager who has only grown up with modern game controls, they're probably gonna like throw it in the garbage.
Yeah.
But if you tell them like, hey, this is an old game and there's like it's really beloved, it definitely has it's definitely like, of its time, they're more inclined to give it a shot versus just like, hey, here's like, the hot game Resident Evil 2.
Nope. Yeah. I can probably just say like, here's an indie game. Here's how it plays. It's fixed here's an indie game. Has fixed camera angles. Here's how it works. Go for it.
If you made an indie game that played like Resident Evil 2 now, it would be like completely trashed.
There are probably a bunch of indie games.
There probably are, and no one's ever heard of them because you wouldn't play that now. We've moved like. Again, I can appreciate that. Like I said, I like Resident Evil 2 a whole lot. Like some people in this call have seen me play through Resident Evil 2, and I really like that game. Right? That was a while ago, wasn't it, guys? But I can also concede to the fact that like if we're doing this like super objective numerology, God, now you got me saying the word numerology.
Numerology.
That's not what I thought I was going to get out of this conversation. If we do this thing, we do this weird criteria. And we completely remove subjectivity and like the concept of like time, like don't consider it for what it was at its time.
But we are.
A lot of these games completely fall off. Like Resident Evil 2 is one
like
of them.
no, RE2, like that's why I'm starting at this base. All of us agree it needs to be on the list. Now the question is, where do these things go? What is their value?
Which goes back to Ryan's original point of, if we're going to have a list that we subjectively agree on, we cannot then try and make an objective system that conforms to that.
However, I know that there's definitely certain games which have this like undeniable quality to them, which nobody will fight. It's almost like this weird.
But then
catch 20. Like I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. Ignore that for now. Let's get the values. I'll even give you that. Completely subjective. I do not care about the term. Let's get the values for RE2.
Yeah.
What are the values here to make it at bare minimum a 90?
I would
say. Where do things need to go?
Okay. Then I'll just throw out like, okay, here's how I think RE2 becomes a 90 on this list. But I am saying that I am a subjective person, a flawed
at bare minimum.
Yeah, sure.
Someone with opinions.
That can be inferred. So
right. Yeah, don't care. Let's go.
I would say that I also grew up with tank controls and like the tank controls, so I would give the controls full points. I would say system utilization, the way the puzzles factor into the environments is top notch, and I think maybe a little better than RE1 even. I think they kind of perfected a formula a little bit with that game. I think the presentation, I think the world building and the setting, the atmosphere.
So now we need like
the best the PS1 had.
Before you carry on, how does this add up to 25? Is now where we need to go to?
What do you mean? How does it add up to 25?
Basically, like what? How do these things add up? I think sound definitely important. Probably the least important, honestly.
I think I'll say convey information is very high for this game. I'll say some of its parts is like it gets super max points for because it really uses every part of the animal to like create that world, right?
I'll say, well, let me make an addendum here. I'm gonna try to differentiate here between like maybe visually, like, because RE2 is supposed to be like, you know, regular people. Definitely, like, I think that they could have done human people in video games. They would have, they just couldn't because of haha technology. So I'll just say visually competent in the sense that like you can get information, and then as well as like how well can it match their, what is it, like their intentions, their basically, like, if I had concept art, how well can we match the concept art is probably the fair way to judge games. Like,
well, we have concept art of Resident Evil 2. Like, I've seen a lot of it, and the character models don't really look like that because, like you said, technology.
So this is the part that I think it's visually competent, but like artistically, like they cannot hit their mark because of the technology. So that's definitely like a factor in it. But
it's definitely like you're not, if you're handing someone who's never played it before Resident Evil 2, they're not also getting like a media pack that has like the concept art so that they can look at to.
This is also another weak one. That's just like, yeah, the graphics aren't. This is basically saying the graphics are or are not good for what it's trying to do.
I'm trying to say that, like, I think the presentation of RE2 is, to me, outstanding. The part where I ding, the only section of this where I ding points from RE2 and not give it 100% is probably just story. Because I think the story's very, I like, Leon is a fun guy. He's real great. He's a real rookie cop. That's awesome. I'm not really too attached to the story of RE2. I'm more attached to like the place in the world and the aesthetic of RE2 more than anything else. And so that's how I put that above in the 90 threshold while also dinging it some points.
Okay, so yeah, so basically your emotional response wasn't the best in the story.
In the story.
In the story.
It's fine.
Hold on. I'm still trying to like do the numbers here. Okay, so basically some of its parts, what? I only have 25% to work with on this one. So
that's self-imposed 25%.
Conveying information. Actually, these two are one of the same. Visually competent and conveying information. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this one because that's kind of what I was trying to say with visually competent.
Visually competent
is just like, does it convey the information it needs to convey versus like, ooh, does it look like it was drawn by French artist Bonge Fichois? That's some shit.
Does it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think it does. Now, if we want to talk about Roll Away, that was a French. That I believe they're French developers on. Well, I'm going to look that up. Well, you do your list.
15, 20, 25. Okay, so I'm out of points here. I'm out of star points. I'm out of badge points. Just one of my badges. So I gotta fucking
Oh no, I don't want to have to argue the 1,000-year door.
You don't have to.
Doesn't have.
You don't have to.
It's been utilization. So.
Concept art competent. What does that mean?
Wait, well, basically, like, this is like, this is kind of acknowledging the fact that like you try to make a game with human characters on the N64, you can never do it because the technology sucks too hard.
Oh, isn't that what the forest time connector is?
However, like it can get a 0 here, but like the forest shit. But yeah, but that forest time could be like, you know, controls. Vision, like this could be like the whole. This is like our emotional response to like forest time. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. In that case,
I think the emotional response threshold needs to be higher.
Yeah, so like this can be higher, but like this is the part that says like no, the N64 human beings are trash and it cannot score on it. It can get like,
just like
it gets like a point here, but it gets like maybe higher points here.
That just means like any game before the PS3.
Pretty much.
Before high definition televisions were a thing.
Not necessarily. Like if you're going for a realistic style, then yes. If you're going for like I made Paper Mario and it's like, oh, well, you matched the concept art. Good job. Here's your max points. Basically, what were you going for? How well can you hit your mark given your hardware?
Yeah. And I think so, like, in the example of RE2,
So this
how
gets
well they could
low
hit the
there.
mark and what they were going for, like perfect, full points. Like hard to argue.
No, like because like if at the concept art, if I was like, here's a better machine, make RE2, they're gonna be like, yeah, these people are gonna look like people. Zombies are gonna look like they're not gonna look like these blocky geometry bullshit. They would not artistically choose to do this thing. But like that doesn't stop it from like, yeah, at its time, it was very good. At its time, like that's where this is kind of counterbalancing this one. I'm just still trying to figure out like what are the numbers here?
I can come up with a weird counter argument for that, but like I'm not gonna drive us into this down that rabbit hole.
Are you sure you don't want to?
Okay. Silent Hill 1,
yes,
even for its technology.
Okay.
Remember, okay, so I made indie games on itch.io for a while. Like I was kind of in that scene. People like with the technology it had, like all of that could like not like the technology was a limitation. The number of people who have tried to replicate and the people who admire the look of Silent Hill 1, the PS1 graphics, the weird the way geometry fits to uneven floating point values, so everything looks all warbly, the kind of grainy textures. That look is so important to Silent Hill 1. If you did remake that game on more modern hardware, I don't think it would look as good. I think I think the technology creates some of the aesthetic of that game. I think that's not as true for RE2 because the RE2 remakes exist and it looks fantastic. But I think there are some cases where those technology restrictions, and again, I'm super biased because again, I was a little kid when this came out, so all this stuff is super nostalgic, and I was 10 and my parents love me and that's all wonderful. But like that's sometimes they're like, oh well, if you had better hardware then this game would obviously look better because your concept art looks good. Doesn't always, like there are cases where that doesn't fit.
Which is like, that's why I'm going on their intentions. Like if they that's why your argument, I would say like, yeah, man, give it like a 15 on its effect in culture, or its like effect on, because like this is more like the subjective part. But objectively, if they're like, I want to draw this is how I want the game to look, the PS1 let me do this. People just so happen to walk away from it with like this vibe from it, which I'm really happy about. But man, if I had some better technology, like this is how the game would have looked. Versus like, I'm intentionally going to make the game look like this, which is what this is like. I guess this is a control for like almost for its time and its effect on culture, or like some other parts that are more like our feelings on it. Just what did they want and were they able to do it? If they didn't do it, dock it. If they did, give it points.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there are cases when, like, maybe they actually did want to do something different, but the fact that they were, like, working within the limitations actually kind of boost it for me.
Yeah, that's like one of those weird, like, no one wanted Melee to be this crazy thing, but, like, hey, you know what? We got Melee.
The legacy of that game is what it is because of some of the limitations that they had.
Yep, but that's not what they wanted, so it would lose points there, but it definitely gets points for like the crazy coincidence that it got, because we can't deny it.
Yep.
So wait, yeah, we're still doing RE2 though. So you're saying the controls? I would absolutely agree. The tank controls are what's needed and they work. I guess I would dock it actually here because RE3 shows it's missing quick turn. It's missing the ability to go up and down ramps uncontested. It's missing a couple of things. So I would say like not quite perfect, but damn close. I would say like 23 out of 25.
Sure.
System utilization. Yeah, like all the puzzles are solid. I have no arguments there. I still need the numbers for like what's going on here to assign a value.
So how much percentage are we missing?
Right now, so we're saying it was really the max effect on the culture, the max effect on the gameplay. So we're at 60% essentially.
Are we at the max effect on the gameplay? I see 23.
Oh wait, yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, you're right. We're at 43. Yeah. So pretty much, how do I? Fuck yeah. What are the numbers here for this one to? Because I pretty much am saying sound is important, but not as important as the game telling you what it needs. Visually looking graphically super appealing is probably the least important because like Pong exists, we're fine.
True, Pong does exist and we are all fine.
Yeah, Pong exists. There's no World War III yet.
Every day.
Pong hit a 3% on that concept art.
Yeah,
Shit,
Pong
man.
concept art matching. Oh man, they just hit it out of the park. You ever seen those like back of the boxes for some old like 2600 games or like some old like Commodore 64 games where instead of putting screenshots they like drew a picture?
Yeah,
Really
because
get a picture
that's
of,
what
this
they
is
wanted.
What Pitfall will look like. Trust us.
I guess they
is
couldn't
wild.
get like a screen grab.
Yeah, of like because they would just look like mush, right? Stuff's wild. I love that. But anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, but like that also plays into it. Yeah, like this is like what they wish they could do and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Versus like which is like that's the least important part because like if you make something that's fun, everyone's gonna play it. So that's why I don't put a lot of weight on is the game super gorgeous, super pretty, and it's exactly what we wanted. Like, yeah, that's fine, but how does it play?
But okay, so you're looking for percentages on some
Yeah,
of
these
its
four.
parts. And that has to be so what okay, so 18, 21. So some of its parts is 4%.
Okay, you're going with 4. Okay, so 4% here.
Or just trying to add up these numbers and get it to 25.
I mean, like if you have a completely different like number set, I'm definitely wanting to hear it out. I'm just like
I
I'm
don't
trying to.
I don't have a different number set. I kind of don't care.
That
I
might be the.
I'm gonna presentation might be like the most important sound.
I know
What
this
the
is
hell?
the right panel for the numerology.
Oh no.
Is there a set of numbers I can give you to let me take a bathroom break?
I just
you're
left
good.
while you guys were talking about Sonic.
Okay, hold on. I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
yeah, you're good. You're fine.
I think, well,
So
let me get a break time in. I'll be right back.
we got 13 points left if I assign this to 12, unless you have like a different base value. I'm just trying to see like if we're on board with like conveying information is like should be weighted the maximum for a presentation.
Okay, while they're gone, does Nightfire make this list?
Oh shit, that's gonna be a hard.
Because
debate.
like
I
why
love
are we even
Nightfire.
here? Why are we even having a discussion on bangers if Nightfire wouldn't qualify because of
That
these
would be
categories?
like that would be a game I would want to like put through the formula first once we have like the numbers just to see like what
It's like
happens.
gameplay controls. It certainly compared to modern day FPS, not great.
We can have it
System
has dual stick.
utilization very high.
It literally has dual stick shooting.
Yeah, but like it's no like Doom 2016.
No, but it has Black Ops.
Right. So that's why emotional response should be like 75% of this.
No,
Because Nightfire definitely 100% is a banger.
everyone's
it's
bangers
also
list will
like-
look so fucking wildly different.
It's like Time Splitters. Are we getting the Time Splitters games in here?
Hell
Those games
yeah.
are a little
Time Splitters-
floaty.
Time Splitters 2, absolutely.
Yeah, but like sound design, I mean, it's got some. It's good. It's a little muddy.
It has some,
Conveying
yeah.
information. It's pretty easy to get lost in those games.
What? No, you suck.
Some of its parts though, 8%, even though it's a 4%
So
total.
maybe so what I'm gathering, these two should probably be weighted the highest, and then these a little bit less. So let's do that. Let's try some of its parts for. Let's do like a. Like an 8, a 7, and like what's left.
Some of its parts is only 4% max though.
I'm gonna change it later. I'm using this.
Okay.
I'm
Sound
using
design,
this.
aside from the opening, I mean, those gun sounds they sound like pip guns. Where like, aside from the opening intro song being pretty cool, I would not say Nightfire sound design is exceptional. Also,
These
visually,
are-
it's pretty.
Yeah, these two would
Bleh.
almost.
The menus are cool looking.
I will try this tentatively for something.
So right now you're saying its presentation is a 25, which I don't know if I'd agree with.
No, like I'm finding the new max values or like the new values
But
for
then
these numbers.
subjective fun, 100%.
So
Story, I'm not even thinking about the Napfire story.
Shit. So I only have
Forest Time, absolute classic.
15% to work with. So if I had 15%, what would, I guess, which one of these would turn away somebody the most? The game not having a good story, if they're not feeling it?
The gameplay is kind of like, it's like really floaty for a first-person shooter, especially compared to like Call of Duty.
No, out of these categories, which one would you say, like, if someone's not having fun, is that more detrimental than somebody not enjoying the story? Is that more detrimental than somebody not appreciating the game board's
that's
time?
Subjective. It depends on if you value story or if you value gameplay or if you value,
So
Pierce Brosnan being a hunk.
as a gambling man, what percentage of people would you say would the human race value fun or story more than the other? Is the real question here.
By and large, probably story, just because people don't have the dexterity to play PlayStation 2 games. But if we're talking about people who would play video games, I don't know, probably like 50-50.
Or are these even? Okay, so let's try a 50. So let's try like a 6-6, which is a 12, and then 3. So tentative formula. So let's run through. I guess I'll finish RE2 since I already have it. So we're saying pretty influential. Docked at some points on controls just because it's been one-upped by its own successors. Conveying information, yeah, I don't think I've ever just been like, what in RE2? Sound design. Is it like the top tier in terms of like horror games?
RE2?
Yeah, like RE2, or is it like is it slacking in a little bit of places?
In what regard? Like
sound design, like the whole night, like it's music, the atmosphere it presents. It's
I'd say System Shock 2 is the top.
And like horror games,
sound design. And
so
I don't
like,
think Resident Evil 2 hits.
I think it has good sound design. I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah, so relative to our top dog, what is it?
I don't know, 8.
You have 5%.
System Shock 2 is a 10. I say Resident Evil 2 is a 8.
No, okay. If System Shock 2 is a 5, what is Resident Evil 2?
4.
Okay, there we go.
Because it's pretty much, you could have just taken what I said and done the arithmetic yourself.
No.
I just gonna tell you right now, Tomb Raider is like, it's like 0% for gaming culture, 0% emotional response, -5% for gameplay. Damn. And like 4% for presentation. So I don't think
for effect on gaming culture, you have to also
that's rough,
like
buddy.
That's a very American perspective. When you go over to like talk to people about the legacy of the PlayStation, like the UK, Tomb Raider is very important because
they never shut up about it.
They love Tomb Raider. I don't love Tomb Raider, but I gave it a small we're not talking about here to talk about Tomb Raider. I gave it a somewhat of a chance when I was a child. I really didn't like it. I kind of didn't go any farther with that. That's my feelings on Tomb Raider. Those have been my feelings on Tomb Raider for a very long time.
But imagine if you had a queen.
What?
Then you'd be like, "Oi, love."
Oi,
it's
love.
Laura Croft.
Oi, love. It's Laura Croft.
That's a.
Oh dear.
Boy.
I don't like this.
Remember, the channel that we're having this discussion about, like we're recording this video for, was created for the sole purpose of disliking Tomb Raider 2013.
Exactly.
Oh no, it wasn't created for that. It was created for conversations like this about weird numerology. But it evolved into that.
Oh my god.
Fucking numerology. I'm gonna that is not where I thought this was gonna go. Numerology, huh?
Okay, so RE2, some of its parts. How all this shit coming together as a game.
Super high. Like
I honestly,
I know you love System Shock 2 a lot, but I think it has to score for what it is, for the parts that it has.
Yeah,
it really
I think
does
it's
use
very good.
That stuff super well together.
So then we come out with a 20. Okay. And then emotional response to it. So yeah, the for its time part, everyone's gonna say like, yep, that's a 3 right there for its time. Story, it seems like we're having some mixed reactions to it. So how many points are we talking?
Wait, what? So how many points do we have for what?
For like how many points out of 6% are we gonna dock from the story? Since,
Story?
like, we're having some
I feel
mixed,
like its story is like
what, a 3, a 4?
it's like a decent video game story. It's like a passable video game story. Like it gives you a reason to go. Did we lose?
Okay. Sorry.
It gives you a reason to do all the stuff you're doing, but it is like it brings you from the outside area to the police station to the lab to like, and like those, it sets up what those boss fights are eventually. It just exists to sort of make all that string together. The story itself is not that like amazing.
It's like,
also,
what, like
it doesn't help
average.
that the voice acting is very bad.
Yeah, so like average 3. It's serviceable. It's serviceable. Does it, and then like subjective fun is like the biggest range of. Well, as a gambling man, how would you wager most people would interpret this?
Subjective Fun is my favorite Weird Al Yankovic album.
Is it actually an album?
Mandatory Fun is.
Damn.
A subjective fun. I mean, if it's my subjective, I think it's very fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess I'm trying to gamble like of the people who like survival horror, who would like it, or like how.
I think if you like survival horror, I think if you like this genre of game, then I think the fun for this game is very high. I mean, if you.
I would say 1 because I could see a few people going like, "Ew, the tank controls," but then everybody else being like, "Yeah, this is good."
I mean, there's also a game full of boss fights that you defeat by getting all of your most powerful ammo for your best weapon that you don't use because you're saving the ammo for the boss fight, and then going up to the boss and point blanking them until they're dead.
Hell yeah! All right,
exactly. Hell yeah, I love that shit. But I can also see people going like, "This is stinky." But
that gives it an 89. So one of these things has to be okay. I think that's close. Like we've gotten it close to that threshold. I think there's like one more tweak.
It gives it an 89.
Yeah,
Fuck me, man.
But like no, like that's pretty damn good. Like I think. For like a crapshoot in a formula, that's like not bad.
I feel like for our list, Resident Evil 2 is a game that should kind of like get this with a wall. I'm not saying it should get 100%, but I'm saying like it should get there pretty comfortably, right? Like if Resident Evil 2 is just getting over the line.
So I would say like Resident Evil 2 would suffer on people going, it would suffer here because people going, the tank controls. It might suffer here going people thinking that it's corny. It might suffer, let's see where else. On the concept art part, people saying the graphics are shit. It will suffer pretty much those 3 areas. So but even if it took a ding here, yeah, it should still be over the line. So maybe I'm just being too harsh on like the concept art part because like, yeah, you're trying to draw people. And you want them to look like human beings.
Moved up the percentage for concept art competent to 5% from 3%, but the score remained 1.
Oh no, because that's what we're giving it. This is the max.
Exactly, but before I went to the bathroom, that percentage was 3%, but now it is 5%.
So I guess like absolute
RE2 effect.
Damn, even. Because this would be a 90 right here. This would be like, yep, this is the thing that it needs to get over. Maybe the graphics are shit, but like they're still shaped like people. They're just really blocky people. You could, yeah.
Yes, Jim.
It's just like if we're barely scraping by a game that we all pretty much unanimously agreed was gonna.
But that was the whole point of this. Like, what is a game we think belongs on the list but causes some contention? That way, like, the rest should just slot in.
But like this doesn't introduce contention. We all agree it should be on the list. I'm introducing contention because I want to sort of like test your weird rubric and sort of point out its flaw. Like RE2 was a very strategic pick on my part, and it was a great strategy. I have to give myself credit for it.
I concur.
Yeah.
Right. The reason why I put it, God damn, I suck. The reason, like it's, we all agree it should be on this list because we all acknowledge that Resident Evil 2 is a game we like. We've all, I think everyone here has at least seen it. And
I don't know if Stats played it.
Wow.
Yeah, Stat, what do you have to think? What do you think about Resident Evil 2, Stat? Do you think it's a banger?
Leon was a little bit weird, but
yeah, he's kind of a dork in this game. He kind of really comes to his own with 4.
Claire's kind of like a child rapist almost, and it was very off-putting. But besides that,
well, there goes your monetization.
What monetization?
So, the point, the point I'm trying to bring up with this is that some games are going to be hard. We are going to come together and agree should be considered a banger. We all think of them as bangers, whatever that means. But to fit them into this grading scale and have them all fit into this grading scale at the same time is going to be very difficult.
Again, I don't know where the miscommunication is happening. I just need this to work 7 out of 10 times. I'm aware things are going to be a few points off. I just need like a very good general sweep. And naturally, as things do, it will have its imperfections.
So does that mean Resident Evil 2 is an 89 and falls off the list?
Does this need a tweak? Is 90 like, do we need like an 85
threshold for banger?
Yeah,
I think that would help.
Yeah, let's try the 85 input because like that's a comfortable.
That was my argument.
Cross.
An hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm working out the numbers. Okay, it's fine. We're getting there.
He was also working out the numbers, but you didn't like the way he worked out the numbers.
Thank you.
So okay, let's try it. Well, okay, let's try with Nightfire. GoldenEye 007 Nightfire. Let's go.
So is Resident Evil 2 a banger or not? Is it on the list or not?
It's 85% threshold.
They made it.
They made it.
We did.
Yes.
Mario 64 though. I think we need
Oh dear.
Well, okay, yeah. Mario 64 doesn't even have a story really. It's super vestigial to the experience.
I would probably do 15. I would do
the
25.
Bowser kidnapped the princess, and those pesky plumbers gotta save the day.
Oh, let's see. Where does it fall? Does it fall? Dear pesky plumbers.
Oh my
God.
Imagine, like, I stay awake at night thinking, how did Bowser make a staircase that didn't stop until Mario got the number of stars he needed?
Let's see.
No, that's why you have to backwards jump on the stairs.
BLJ's up it.
Yeah, I would also do that. Some of it's part
Think about
7.
L is real 2401.
Let's do the math.
deep
So that's
lore
8
that
plus
Mario
3
64
plus 2
had.
plus
It's
7.
2041
That's
or
20. Oh shit. That's 20. Oh my god.
Think about Toad. Just think about him. I think about
I don't
him.
want to think about Toad anymore.
He's a ghost in that game.
I'm horrified about Toad.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
Give yourself throat cancer.
I think, a lot. I mean, the fact that there's so many speedrunners in this current day, people have a fucking bang up time with this game. Story, it's ass. Save Prince. For its time, absolutely. So 613. I get a 10, which brings my grand total up to 4,726.
Just under the threshold. Unfortunately, we gotta take it off the list.
But it's a 90.
Emotional response. Okay, now I'm looking at your points that you've given.
That's a 90.
Gameplay okay. Presentation. Sound design's only a 3. Concept art competent. I feel like the concept art I have seen for Mario 64 pretty much looks like Mario 64.
Mm-hmm. But like, it's just just a Gen 5. Like, oh yeah, it can't do it. It literally just it looks good. It just can't do it.
So that's why I got the PC version and mod in the
Yeah.
concept art renderer, and there you go.
But like even if we're like hopping between like a 2 and a 3, like it doesn't affect its place. So like this little bit of subjective arguing isn't going to harm the game like whatsoever.
Subjective fun, stories 1 for its time 3%. All right, fine, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a 90.
It looks like it works.
So far, okay, checks out. What about like
Resident Evil 4? Just want to knock the ones that we put on here.
Okay, fuck it. RE4, yep. I cannot deny it. Control, so the only thing it's been now classed by with even other RE games is like its movement. So yeah, the whole tank control thing is kind of unnecessary, but everything functions around it. It's definitely not broken. It's just not as good as it can be. So even as low as I would be like 21.
I would say, so for effect on gaming culture, I would say that RE4 does not have the impact of Mario 64 and San Andreas.
Are you kidding? Whoa, I definitely disagree with that.
Like Dead Space, Gears of War, Kill Switch, like all that stuff, like took that same like over the shoulder camera in like almost every game. Like
I'm just thinking of like a cultural attaché of that specific game, and like comparing it to like Mario 64 and like a first party Nintendo heavy hitter. Like if that's a 15.
I think basically every AAA action game that has come out in the past 15 years pretty much like aped its camera angle from Resident Evil 4.
Mm-hmm. I think we're gonna have a very interesting conversation about the first Gears of War, but okay.
Nice. Hell yeah.
We're gonna have a very interesting conversation about like actually Gears of War is that game, but okay.
And I've seen a lot of indie games that take on the that same like camera control.
Actually, even like I can see people enjoying it for being cheesy. Like people could like the cheese.
Every AAA action game in the last 15 years has had a little person dressed as Napoleon, dogging the protagonist the whole time, and I think we have to give Resident Evil 4 its flowers for introducing that.
For that, I will agree. That when they pull that out at the end of BioShock Infinite, it's like this is what this game needed, really.
Yeah,
it really did.
It didn't really save the game, but it did at least make it uniform to the time.
The end of Last of Us Part 2, during that knife fight, he just pops out of the sand.
Yeah. Mr. Kennedy. He just calls everyone Mr. Kennedy.
Yep. Also,
Mr. Kennedy.
Also a 90.
Your right hand comes off.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Also,
the little fella is just like, I'll send my
right hand to come after you. Your right hand comes off? Shut up, Leon. Shut the fuck up.
That's right. It also gave. Oh, you know what the other thing other than the camera perspective is the QuickTime events. Which also existed in Shenmue, but
that's true.
That was the in terms of an action game, having that in the cutscenes and baked into the cutscenes. Like that whole era of like PS3 360 era of like you can't put the controller down during these long cutscenes because you're gonna have to press this button.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, Shenmue kind of did it first, but there was Shenmue, and then nothing copied Shenmue, and then that game came out, and then everyone actually did copy that.
Yeah.
The Order 1886 would not exist if it wasn't for Resident Evil.
That's.
And I think
if I can think of one game that has taken more from Resident Evil 4. It would have to be the Order 1886.
But either way, like that's what I would put values on. Like
story 6%. Did we not just talk about right hand coming off?
Yeah,
so
I could.
Resident Evil 4 is the game that corrects the story of Resident Evil 2 by turning Leon S. Kennedy from a total goober to a character that's actually I kind of like Leon in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I like Leon.
Yeah, it's cool.
There's a disco ball in my eyes.
No, that's Revelations.
Oh, excuse me.
That's also Chris.
What?
I feel like that's something Leon would say in our.
Oh no, not again.
All right, so did
I guess
did stats numerology make Resident Evil 4 a banger? Okay,
It's a 90, yes.
Cool.
All right, what's next?
Dark Souls.
All right,
full
well,
marks, front to back.
let's
100%.
effect
the
on
only
culture. Yep, I
100.
cannot deny that again.
That game.
Controls. Yep, I
25.
really can't. I know
45,
it's been like. I can only say the newer Souls games are like different. But like yeah, like there's some that are faster. This is
They're
a
not
slower.
really.
It's
They're
a
not
slower
different
paced
at all,
game.
really.
They're like compared to like any other action game now. They're more or less.
It's pretty much that
yeah,
game.
that is for its time. Can't even fight it.
it's
Story
time's still now,
probably
baby.
ass.
Story is at least
Pretty ass.
Story doesn't exist.
Yeah, like it's pretty much all lore.
Unless
like
you
the end
imagine
games. Yeah.
I'm gonna mute myself right now. I'm just gonna...
Why? Subjective fun. Yeah, I can see like there's definitely like people who are gonna be like the hate it, love it type deal. So I definitely know like this is not a game for everybody, which is why it prides itself. So yeah, I will give it like the half mark just for like yeah, people will hate it, people will love it.
What?
Some of its parts.
Yeah, those people don't know what they're doing.
That's why this shit's here. It's the control for how people.
It's not for everybody. Like no game is for everybody.
But like no, even in this genre, this is like oh man, I need some difficulty settings. I need some I don't know,
okay.
like that type of deal.
Making a banger list for Polygon journalists. Well, in
that's why it's subjective fun.
Slap Mass Effect 3 back on this bad.
That's why it's so low because anyone can feel anything about anything. Yep, I think it pretty much. I mean, yeah.
Convey information. Like 18% a game.
Paying attention, yeah. It's just because you're not paying attention doesn't mean it's not telling you. Sound design, very good. All right, I'm gonna do the math.
Don't you have? Aren't you using Excel? Can't you just?
I need to just. Yeah. Shut up. I'm gonna do it. All right. Shut the fuck up. I don't. Equals.
He really is the game statistic.
Equals N6 plus.
Statistic does rhyme with the word I am thinking of.
And this face means I am thinking.
What words does statistic rhyme with?
I don't fucking know. Equals what is this? N10 plus N. Actually, yeah, M10 plus N11 plus N12 plus.
I think the straightforward world selection in Demon Souls was better than the open world in Dark Souls.
Say that again.
I think the world selection of Demon Souls and the more straightforward get you to the action that actually matters of Demon Souls was better than the wandering, meandering world of Dark Souls.
That just sounds like you got lost.
I disagree, but I don't think that delineation matters enough.
No,
like
it is not the office list.
Yeah, that's why it's here because like
Dark Souls was a game
he did not enjoy it
pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm actually curious as to like what you did not like about it.
I think that it does a very bad job of showing you.
Yep, it's a banger.
A worse job of showing you what you're actually supposed to be doing at any given time than I think of Dark Souls personally as a step back from Demon Souls. I think it added a bunch of stuff for the sake of adding stuff. I think the whole covenant system, like they don't explain, they just like
that's
consign you to one, like they kind of give you a menu, yes or no, and you're consigned to a mechanic for the rest of the game.
You know what? We got a dock at a point for that one too. Yeah, like
and then you leave the covenant, and a man in a bowl cut tries to hunt you down, and I think that's pretty funny.
I disagree.
That's a real argument, though. Yeah, the covenants aren't explained. Yeah, that's not good.
I'll say okay, because I'm already saying like, hey, like a lot of my judgments on this stuff are like emotional and subjective and whatever. I got to a point in that game where I defeated a. So I, unlike the thing you're probably assuming, did not get to a boss that was too hard and couldn't beat it. I got to a point where I beat a boss and got an item and did not know where to go, and there was no indication of where I was supposed to go. And when I asked, I believe it was you who I first was like,
really?
Hey, after you kill the bell gargoyles, what are you supposed to do? I rang the bell, and the only answer I would get was, well, you have to ring the other bell, which means fucking nothing in context of what door I'm supposed to walk through. And said, you know what? This game is worse than Demon Souls, and I don't want to play it anymore, and stopped playing Dark Souls. If I went back to it now with a wiki, which probably is what most people would do now because that game has been like picked to death.
I didn't use a wiki,
You can
though.
pick multiple wikis to choose from.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'd probably have a way different experience with it. But at the time, I was playing Dark Souls of like, wow, they made a sequel to Demon Souls. That's really strange. And let's check this thing out. Oh, they made some interesting decisions here, but it's not exactly what I would have wanted. I think that the next game they should make is Demon Souls 2, probably. And
they did.
clearly that didn't fucking happen. But I understand, but I also am like not trying to be the Dark Souls is stinky person. Like I'm just trying to say that it's not my favorite. It's just not my favorite game.
I have a feeling Demon Souls will also make the list.
So I've lowered the threshold because like these are like a lot of solid arguments. Like yeah, the covenants definitely just like that's an in-game thing. Not being explained is not good. Can't just leave it at that. But then any other? Actually, yeah, that should be like a point there. Any other things that we're also trying to say like is like a undeniable detriment for that one?
It's too fun, and I think it makes other games worse.
them bringing in,
I
like
can't
some
wait
of
for the Gen 7
remakes.
discussion. I can't wait for the Gen 7 discussion where we just declare every game is worse than Dark Souls and say it's not as good or not good enough for the list. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be so fun.
Oh,
I love this discussion. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself for another like 60 seconds.
Okay. All right.
I don't understand.
Listen. He's got self-control. That's what matters.
I mean,
He's just screaming to himself. Ju-on the Grudge is going to get fucked.
But basically, yeah. So now with the tweaking with the games that we're not debating on, so far I've only had to tweak the threshold down to an 80. But besides that,
I think a threshold down to an 80 is fine.
yeah.
I think it was
Allow
fine.
us to be quite flexible.
So
Yes.
so yeah, so far, yeah, I'm liking it. I haven't felt like I was missing anything when going through anything, judging the games, which is what I was hoping for.
All right,
So far, so good.
Now let's start with the Apple II. Okay.
So now it's just what games do we want to be on here, and how do we?
So
Let's do it.
let's try
Let's do it.
Zelda Majora's Mask.
Oh shit!
Are we like? Okay. Should we?
Take turns.
No. Are we only sticking to these two generations? Should we go one generation at a time and propose games, or are we just like tossing games out from any
Yeah,
time?
well, let's try to, like, because like right now we're just getting the games where all of us are kind of like, you know what, this needs to be on here, and then once we kind of run out of those games, the formula will become more important. But right now we're just picking games we feel should be on the list. So he said Majora's Mask. Let's do it.
Ju-on the
shit.
Grudge is gonna get so fucked.
I know it's not fair, but it's.
I don't even know what that is. What is
It's a
it?
survival horror game.
Yeah, on the Wii.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, Majora's Mask. So effect on the. How many?
How many cool games have come in the wake of Majora's Mask?
10%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In like the percentage.
I think it's hard to argue that the effect of Ocarina of Time is equal to the effect of Majora's Mask.
Correct.
Definitely
Say that like
not.
if Ocarina is a 15, then Majora's is like a 10.
Yeah.
Which is
I
like
think that's fair.
I'm comfortable
I think
saying
Majora's Mask allowed gamers to be weird.
controls. Yep,
No.
pretty much. Can't really
Gamers
fault any.
finally. Controls 25. I disagree.
Can't really fault anything on it. Like I can't fault Ocarina's controls on it either.
I think
Actually, no. Okay, so lack
the
of
camera in both.
yeah,
is not great.
exactly. Lack of just a
Shooting arrows in those games is not great.
Okay, so camera. Let's dock, or let's dock a few.
Oh, are there 25 per points for every control scheme?
Let's see. So camera, yeah, definitely. Like it's not that it doesn't work. It's just like
Furious action gamers, right? It sucks. Great game, coolest in 64 game. It sucks. I agree. It's really cool. I didn't really enjoy playing it.
Well, I'm gonna answer Hewitt Lover 3's question in that I think there's like 2 Groundhog style games that have come out in the recent years. That would be 12 Minutes and Outer Wilds.
Okay, I'm glad you saved its legacy because 12 Minutes being Majora's Mask legacy, but I would add that it loses points. But Outer Wilds.
I'm currently playing Deathloop and I like it.
Oh, there's Deathloop. Yeah.
There's probably quite a few, but
yeah.
Is there anything I would detract from its sound design?
System utilization. I don't. You know what?
This is like the de facto game of like you have 3 days, everything is built around it.
I really don't like that system, but that's a subjective opinion.
Yeah, we can subtract points here because I know you're not alone on that. You know what? Yeah, everyone doesn't like that system, and a lot of people feel like you. Let's give it like a 2 even.
The reason why you don't like that system is because you're one of the Majora's Masks fans who's actually played the game.
Wait, hold on.
Yes, exactly. People who like Majora's Mask haven't played Majora's Mask.
Fucking played it. They're like,
what the fuck?
They play it and they're like, oh, this stinks. What the hell? I just wanted to be a little
fine. The game. I'm gonna give myself another 60 minutes on the hater clock.
What the
like a penalty box.
He got like a hater clock on him.
He's at 60 minutes, so I'm not gonna see him for an hour.
This is absolutely the sum of its parts type of game. Like I
there's
can't
a hater
even...
penalty box. I should probably put myself in here for Majora's Mask as well.
Jesus Christ, yeah, this is like
Majora's
a
Mask is the game that made me realize Zelda as a series is overrated.
And then sound design, yeah, it's like average, nothing incredible, but it's not like poor. It's just it's there.
It doesn't have any crunchy audio, so
I think you could probably shave off at least 2 more points from this score.
Just barely. But like, what's the argument for it? Like, what's the what are we taking off?
I think the controls. I think like you just like don't have like good movement. Like I think swimming as the guy is all right, and otherwise you just like the running around's not great. Well,
it's fun in that game. It's always rolling around as a Goron.
Rolling around in Goron's pretty good, but also it's kind of hard to orient yourself.
I have to deny him that one.
Tab Z, and then the camera goes,
and then sucks you off a cliff because you weren't lined up properly.
It sounds
why weren't you lined up properly?
Because
sounds like you need to get good.
And
definitely like a lack of like definitely like the lack of a traditional like camera you control with the second stick is definitely
I don't hate Majora's Mask enough to like make an argument against it not being on the Drippy
This is like one of
list.
those games that's like barely like it is scraping by. This is not
right? Yeah,
it's like this is like a just barely type deal.
A furious action gamer. I'm with you.
What does he say?
He thinks it stinks, and
okay. I took I'm out of the hater penalty box. And I want to say that if you like Majora's Mask, that's awesome. I think Majora's Mask is a fine game. I found that the menu fiddliness of like trying to get into the other masks while also dealing with the time, while also being in the dungeon and being like, oh, if I don't get this in time, I have to redo the whole thing and play the song. Like, there's just, it's cumbersome in a way that doesn't feel like it adds enough to the Ocarina of Time formula. And that is why I stopped playing Majora's Mask.
I really enjoyed the setting and like the turmoil.
Not even that. Like, cause like I get the feeling because I felt like him. I absolutely felt like him. It's like, oh shit, if I just don't do this dungeon, I'm gonna have to start over again. What the fuck? But then the more I played it, I'm like, oh shit, this thing is literally built on you being able to replay. These dungeons are like piss easy. It's easy for me to like hit the checkpoint. Oh shit, I get like 5 hours. This is nothing. Oh, I can make a save point in front of the dungeon, reset my day, go in with 3 days full. I do not need the max time to clear a dungeon, like for any reason whatsoever. Like the game gives you what you need, it just doesn't tell you. But you not exploring it doesn't mean it's not there. And I slowly flipped from being like fuck this to like holy shit, this is like very smart. And I hate that I hated it in the beginning. It won me over.
Yeah, I never managed to win me over. It's not that it's like, oh, this is like these dungeons, this is like Master Quest, Legend of Zelda. It's just like, oh god, I have to do this thing. They've added this thing to make this game more of a pain in the ass to play.
Not that, because it's they literally like, you get 3 days. How do we gamify it? Because if nothing's contingent on that, why is that mechanic exist? So type thing, like you have to implement that if that's going to be a mechanic, which they did.
Another game suggestion:
Okay.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to sideline on this one because I haven't played it. Gracie, we are discussing what's the best console generation. You should read the title. Seriously, can save a person's life.
Gracie, we're doing.
Can't read.
First of all, hi. I don't think we've met, but Gracie, we're doing numerology right now, and we're applying numerology to old video games and figuring out how we can put them all on the same list, and create a formula around that. I think so. Symphony of the Night.
Symphony of the Night, let's go. So y'all need to talk about this one. I haven't played it.
Controls like a dream.
Yeah, it's 2D. Nothing to mess
Well,
up. No.
You mess up
okay,
2D.
but
You can.
because like people say like Super Metroid is like the dream control. When I will happily
I think
argue
Symphony
like
of the Night controls better than Super Metroid.
yeah, I will happily argue like even in its own franchise, Super Metroid has been one upped in the control.
Admittedly, I
Mess
played.
around with the controls in Super Metroid. It controls like a dream.
That's fine. I'm arguing that it's been one upped. Like I would shave off 1 or 2 points because it's like not the best in that franchise, or like not the best in that genre.
Yeah, I would say even as far as like 2D platformers go, Symphony of the Night controls good.
Like, is it like this is the standard good, or it's like it's spitting distance of the standard?
I would say
good?
it's in spitting distance of the standard.
All right, let's get like 23.
Yeah.
That's like a
System utilization, it's like one of the best implementations of the. I mean, it's it's the Metroid half of Metroidvania. Oh my god, I mean
The Vania part. The word Metroid.
the Vania of Metroidvania. Yeah.
it is the Vania of
Metroid is the Metroid of Metroidvania.
Yeah.
My apologies, but no, I think it gets full marks.
All right, I don't
Convey information. It has like a really great map.
Yeah.
It's like I mean it's not really a game that you can easily get lost in, but kind of exploring around is part of the thing. Plus there's like you can go talk to the librarian and he'll tell you in his fun voice.
It's fun voice.
sound design. So this is an older game. So like, has it been what is it the standard is what I'm at. So if 5%, it's the standard.
Top of the line music, and he yells "Dark Metamorphosis," and it's incredible.
That voice acting is pretty great.
Yeah, what is a
a bad
man
way.
but a miserable pile of secrets?
Yeah,
Like,
it's kind of a legendary in terms of sound design. It is a very legendary game. I will also say I have not played this game, so
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't played it either. I can't.
speak to it.
I just have to challenge him on like, is this really the standard? Like, is this like what sound designers aspire to, or is it like a 4 out of 5?
I played like the first 30 minutes of this game. How about that? Like,
Sure.
And I can say that the controls are very good, the action's very snappy, but like the Metroid part, I kind of didn't get to. So that's all I can speak to. I can only speak
He
to
played as
end.
Richter.
I got past that.
Metroid is
think
just
it's-
about a blonde woman denying her love for birds. It is exactly that.
I think Castlevania is like it's like holds up to this day as far as a game that you can listen to. Art wise, yeah, I think it nails the gothic elements.
Yeah, like my favorite thing is like the sprites They use sprites, not the concept art, of course, but like
I'm gonna have to
the sprites
average
are
it
very
out.
good. Representations of what they want.
Like,
I mean,
basically,
Mr. Action Gamer is talking about how you can really cheap it up by grinding, and there's like it can be really easy, but like it's also really fun in spite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Think of this one as like if they had unlimited technology and it was not a factor, would they end up with the product that you got?
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
if we're
Symphony
gonna
of the
make
Night's
a
legacy-
2D Castlevania game, given unlimited resources to produce our vision, is this what you would have gotten?
I think Symphony of the Night's
Yes.
legacy is that it is like if when it was released back in its time, it was a game that you said you have to play Symphony of the Night, and if it's a game that you released in 2022, exactly the way it is, you would say this is perfect. Like you have to play Symphony of the Night. Like it's still as good as it was. It holds up. Like that's the legacy of that game. Like a lot of PS1 games,
Some of its
if
parts,
you don't
all
like,
right.
If you don't like tank controls, if you don't like the 3D, if you don't like to dual, like you don't have the second analog stick to move the camera, this game has none of those problems. People still point at this as like the best. Like one of the earliest Castle Metroidvania that has the Vania on the end, not Super Metroid.
So
and
Max
still point to
Effect
it
on
as
culture.
the best one.
Got it.
That's what
Max
I've always read. That's a game I need to play more than 30 minutes of.
Yep. So
It's
max
like,
points
I
there,
think it
max
is like
points here, max
emblematic
points
of
here.
this list.
Yeah.
It's like a game that every gamer should play.
I can't imagine this list without this game on it.
So pretty much, yeah. So even with minimal points on these two, it's probably getting in. So I'm pretty comfortable with the formula. But yeah, like story. So what are we talking here?
Story is like you're Dracula's son and you saw Dracula. It's like
Yeah, it's like whatever.
it's like
Yeah.
whatever we gave
Serviceable
like
type deal.
it's like 1 point above Mario 64. So whatever you gave Mario 64.
Serviceable. And then,
Subjective fun, it's like max.
Yeah.
It's very good.
I mean, one thing about the grinding and XP system is you can just like not do all that.
so in terms of people who want to play a 2D platformer, is what we're asking this
If
question
you
for.
want like of all the Metroidvanias that have ever been made, Super Metroid, Symphony of the Night, and Hollow Knight, I think are like not even like a starting point. I think it's like those are kind of the three. There's some I've not played that like maybe would be in an argument like the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias, but I think those three are like the absolute standouts of one of my favorite genres.
However, yep, that crosses the line quite comfortably.
Hollow Knight really that
someone-
good? You put it with those two?
Oh, Hollow Knight is amazing.
Okay.
Look, if you want to play a 2D platformer, that's not what
It's not really
Symphony
a
of the Night
platformer.
is. We're talking like, yeah, it's like a 2D exploration game.
Okay, yeah. In that category, if you're looking to play one of those, is it what you would point somebody to? And they
A
would be like,
Metroidvania,
yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Like, yeah, it's like I think it's still untouched. With the exception of Hollow Knight being the only other game that has come out in that genre that's come close to matching it. Even from like the same director, like Bloodstained was like good, but it wasn't. It's not the total package the way Symphony of the Night is.
Also, someone brings up the inverted castle bit for the post game.
What they bring up? What?
The inverted castle.
It's like a known thing where if you beat the game, I don't remember exactly what you have to do. It's like you get 100% or something, right?
Yeah, and then I think it's beating the game though, because then you get there's like an inverted castle that you go through to like get the rest of the game.
There's
Yeah,
an inverted castle?
So
fuck?
the whole game takes place in the castle, and then once you beat the final boss, I thought with a certain like completion percentage threshold, then it basically unlocks like you didn't actually beat the boss. The super boss is in this. It's the same castle. The whole world is inverted, and they have like new enemies and shit, and it's really great.
Okay, then.
Symphony of the Night is also.
I did not know that. I did not know that at
yes,
all.
that's right. The green orb that controls Richter. My man, remember me, is remembering for me.
Living up to
Symphony
the
of the
name.
Night, yeah. Symphony of the Night is also emblematic of a classic PlayStation 1 game that has a Japan exclusive Saturn version that technically has more features. And if we're making an on the internet head up my own ass list of best games of all time,
Nice.
a game like that has to be. I'm going back in the hater box.
So I have not played.
This man checking himself more than the.
I believe the
check
Xbox
that out
Live
sometime.
Arcade version and like the modern re-releases actually have that. It's like a character, I think. It's like you play as a girl or something.
Maria.
Yeah, Maria, or you can play
Did
as
you
an
say you
extra.
play as a
That's like
gorilla?
an extra part of the game, yeah. What?
Whoa! You get to play as a gorilla?
As a girl, a woman.
Oh, I
Female.
was gonna say, like, sign me the fuck up. Are you kidding
No,
me? Vampire
do.
gorilla?
You can get a bunch of companions, including a floating sword that goes hi-ya whenever it attacks it.
What?
Symphony of the Night's awesome.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I need to play this game.
actually, on that note, maybe we should put Resident Evil 1 on this list because it's also one of those PlayStation games that has a Japan. Well, no, that version's not Japan exclusive. That Saturn version's available in America and it has an exclusive battle mode. So maybe it just automatically belongs on the list. I'm sorry.
But
back
this
to
is what I'm interested in because like I would put remake on the list. I would not put the original. However,
I think that's because remake makes the original sort of obsolete in a way. Like I played remake first and then went back and played the original because I wanted to see it. Because I wanted to be like, what are they remaking? Like what are they like? Like when you walk down that first hallway and it's the I forget where it is, but it's like the camera's right on the character and you're like, what does that look like on the PlayStation? And then you see it and you're like, huh, interesting. Yeah, it's totally. You should, if you like remake, you should try the original to see it. But
I did what you did. I went back and played the original and it was like, oh, but like I still had fun with it and I was like, yeah, like I can see what they did, but like, does it deserve to be like on the list of all-time classics?
Yeah. There's a moment or two where I feel like, some of the enemy design, like the high-res looking hunter is a little weird looking. When he's a PlayStation character and he's this little gremlin sort of shuffling around, you're like, okay, I kind of see why you made it look like this. But when he's like a detailed, slimy lizard in the remake, I'm like, actually, I kind of don't really like that. Kind of gross now.
I got a place to be. I gotta get out of here.
You're not very fun. But all right.
Yeah, RE1. Hold on. I was making another drink, but I'm still talking.
Okay. Another game I'd like to put in this gen is Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Yep. I would not even fight him on that one, but I would.
Like, I don't know if we need to have the score discussion. I mean, maybe just for the sake of it, but like, yeah.
Yeah, just to kind of see like, I want to see like, does anything actually fall short where we're all like, wait, what? I'm really just trying to see like, does anything else need tweaking or not? And if everything keeps working out, then I'm kind of happy with it. But we'll see.
Yeah. If you want to ding the gameplay for being a little too simple, and again take away for the because I mean it's a very early stealth game.
RE1 or like, are we doing RE1 or are we doing
I'm talking Metal Gear Solid. RE1 we can get to, but I think we should probably talk about remake before we talk about RE1 and kind of see how it hangs and the stuff. But I think for MGS1, if you wanted to ding it anywhere, and it's emotionally difficult for me to do that. If you want to say the controls are a little bit cumbersome, the gameplay is a little bit simple, and the story is maybe a little too anime, I understand. I don't agree with it.
I think the story's tops.
Oh yeah, like I think so. But
so
I can
which
also see
one are we doing?
Metal Gear Solid 1.
Okay, Metal Gear Solid 1, yeah, that's an undeniable 15% there. I can't even fight that.
Yeah.
That's for its time, that's like another maxed out type deal. Can't fight it.
I mean, so the only thing is that like I can't remember a time in my life that I couldn't do all the boss fights in Metal Gear Solid 1 on autopilot. Like if I had to rediscover how to do the Vulcan Raven fight in the ice chamber again for the first time, I would probably go crazy. But it's kind of benefiting from the fact of like, oh well, I already know how to do. You just lay the claymores and walk around and do the thing. Like it's just putting toast in the toaster at this point when I play that game. So it'd be interesting to see the perspective of someone who's playing it for the first time. But it's our list. It's my score.
I've only played the demo on the PS1 demo disc.
Yeah.
So let's see. So Control. So basically, if there is a standard in stealth games, how far short does it fall?
For the game that it is, it's perfect.
Yeah,
We
it's
got
even
Boris
as far
time.
as stealth goes, it's like because it's like kind of stealth, kind of action, and it's
Action.
like as far as stealth goes, it's like well, there are better stealth games. As far as like action games, there are probably better action games. But the combination of both, it's like competing with Splinter Cell, and it
Let's take this too. Compared to its own sequels in its own Like I played Metal Gear 3.
I think gameplay wise, it's probably. If you consider Metal Gear 1 through 5, it's probably
all of it. Everything gets competed
I would
against.
probably be the one I would want to play with my hands the least.
Really?
But because like, I mean, 2 and 3.
I call that 4.
Yeah,
I know.
4 and then 3.
I mean, 4 is like it's a good third-person shooter.
I've gathered that like they're almost like different, like shooting for different things. Like
very
one is
different
like more
thing,
like an
That's true.
arcadey type feel, and then 3 is like you're
True.
gonna take it slow in the jungle. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
If they're going for like this is this and this is that, I don't want to compare them. Like what other game is going for Metal Gear's thing, or is
I
Metal
think
Gear the
closest
standard of
comparison
that
is like
thing?
Splinter Cell.
Yeah, and I think even the best Splinter Cell game doesn't match to Metal Gear 1.
I also want to bring up Siphon Filter, but that's more of an action game that's wearing the clothes of a stealth game.
I'm just glad you know what that is.
I love Siphon Filter. Siphon Filter's great. We should put that on this list.
Hold
Hell
on,
yeah.
Siphon Filter, the Omega strain.
Oh no!
Not Siphon Filter. Not the fucking PSP game.
What was not Pandora Tomorrow? I'm thinking of something
Pandora
else.
Tomorrow is a Splinter Cell game.
Yeah,
That's
that's it.
2.
The second one.
But
Yeah.
like so is Metal Gear 1 the standard for this type of style, or is there
It
anything
kind
better?
of set a pace, I think, for the genre for at least a while, right?
But is it the standard
bullshit.
now?
Someone mentioned Thief just now.
Yeah, it's like, look, if we're getting into PC games is going to have to be like a later thing because
Yeah.
Thief is the best stealth game. And by
But,
that,
like,
I mean
is
Thief 2.
is it in like the same vein? Like, is it like this kind of like
It's
arcadey?
It is
thing,
like
or-
hide in the shadows and don't catch me, silly boys. It's like if you're
very
in
different.
combat in Thief, you have messed up. Where Metal Gear, if you have combat, it's because you're fighting an armless guy with a mullet. So
Yeah.
Mm,
It's way more actiony.
Not quite the same thing.
that's why I'm saying it's like when it comes to stealth action games, which is what Metal Gear kind of fits into, it's really competing with just Splinter Cell. And maybe like some,
Yeah.
less like spy fiction. I don't know.
There's a
In
level
which
or
case-
two of Siphon Filter where they take the stealth a lot more seriously, but for the most part, you're just kind of shooting guys.
Fuck it. Okay, so like maybe like one for just an area I haven't considered because it's also very old and it probably isn't the standard, but it's still fucking up there. It is probably very close to the standard, is what we're trying to say.
By the way, we're probably going to bounce in,
That's fine.
I would
yeah.
say like half an hour to 45.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
plenty
wrap
of
it
time.
up there. Yeah, that's plenty of
Pick
time.
us up later, but I'm just glad we finally got the conversation to pick up too.
Yeah. Let's see.
We've got games on the list.
I know we're finally actually like I get to look at a big list of games instead of a big list of numbers.
Let's see. System utilization. How is it the standard or not? What are we talking?
I think of,
Or I guess like for what it's laid out, does it ask you to do things where you're like, come on, man? Or is it just like, no, this is good?
I think there's one sequence that's pretty famously like, what the fuck am I
Repelling?
supposed to do here? No, the key cards with the temperature.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure that was very confusing. The first,
Yep.
yeah, that's
But well, of course, there's
wait.
also like really
Back in the box.
back of the
that's
box.
true, super inventive. Well, Colonel Bit straight up tells you. And
Yeah,
then,
but, like-
the how you beat Psycho Mantis.
Psycho
with the
Mantis
controllers
is
and
a
all that.
whole standard.
So much of that
reading
stuff
the
is also
memory
like part
card.
of the part of that is part of the appeal because it's like introduced almost like meta elements to video games, and in many ways, it's still one of the very few.
Like if to put this in perspective, if you didn't have Metal Gear Solid, you probably wouldn't have Eternal Darkness.
Right.
Oh, for sure, you would not.
I mean,
it does.
but also-
It doesn't lean into that stuff as much, but it kind of got the ball rolling of let's talk to you, the player. as an entity in this experience, as opposed to just the like he does it once and it's a really cool, interesting part of the game, and then they're like, oh, that's weird, and then you kind of move on to sneaking around corners. But it does that, and it does it very well.
Didn't that same team come back to make like the Twin Snakes?
No,
Yes.
that was Silicon Knights.
Yeah,
Silicon Knights
the
did
people who made Eternal
Eternal
Darkness.
Darkness. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that same team came back
There
to
you
make
go. It all
a.
comes full circle. Dennis Dyack
And
at it again.
All right, and then present.
Human
Yeah,
in
so
Xbox
that's
Live,
just another one of its.
Game Store now.
I want that. We should talk about Two Human. That should totally be on the list.
I gotta dock it just because
it
it's
is a
definitely
video
not there.
Concept art component 2 out of 5. I don't know, dude. That whole
Yeah.
like spy thriller thing, like I think it, like the Metal Gear aesthetic is like awesome, and
It's the PS1 can't do it. They
I
literally
will
just
say
can't.
that
But the whole point of concept art component is
Pretty
being
much-
separated from its time.
This is
will
that
say-
thing. Yeah, that's why it's separated. But like, this is that
If
thing
you-
that's supposed to control for like this console is old. We need to acknowledge it. Its graphics aren't good. type
I
thing.
think if you actually compare these characters to like some of the environments, yes, because it's the PS1, and I get it. But some of it, like the character design in terms of like Yoji Shinkawa's original like those character art, like the way
Yeah.
he draws concept art versus the way the PS1 renders it, actually matches up really well. And I think that's like a strength for the visuals of this game. I mean, like I'll say that I personally like the look of this game more than the look of Twin Snakes.
I agree.
Because there's a
Yes.
blurry, sort of not super clear way that this world sort of looks that sort of gives it something. It lets you paint a little more of yourself into Snake versus just giving him this face that is this guy. Like the fact that like so there's a scene very early in the game where you see Liquid get onto the Hind and you see him turn around in his coat and like you see his face and everything, and it's later revealed that you and him have the same face because you're twins, like twins. In the GameCube version, I believe, I may be talking out my ass a little bit, I believe in that scene they have to like obscure his face so you can't tell you have the same face. But on
What
the
scene are we
PS1
talking here? Like which one?
It's like the one of the first scenes in the game.
One of the first scenes, like very
It's
you
like
see-
right after you get up the elevator.
So
but,
like
for the
Are you gonna
PS1
look it up
version.
and try and
yeah,
post it?
I really
the-
do. Twin
yeah.
Snakes what?
For-
What am I looking
for
up?
for the PS1 version, because they have PS1 faces, the fact that their faces look the same means nothing, so they can show his face. That whole reveal like works completely differently because of the way the game looks on the PS1. And so like that story hook kind of only works because of not only works, but it works better because of the hardware limitation, because of the way the PS1 can't do real people.
Which is like that's fine. You feel that way, but I know they were going for this art style, and the hardware
Yeah.
can't do it.
Yeah, actually,
I'm watching the Twin Snakes one, trying to see if they.
Yeah,
It's like-
I
cover
think
up
you're
his
completely
face.
wrong.
it's like kind of far away, and like you can see his nose, but his
Yeah.
coat kind of covers
Yeah.
it.
So I'm fine to give it high on the subjective scale, but yeah, like objectively,
Oh,
here,
no,
I
they
know,
show his face.
Yeah.
Do they?
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
But you understand what I'm like?
No, I know. I
there's
know
something
exactly
to
what you're
that
saying, and
that's
I'm
a
like,
little
yeah, that's a
special
vibe.
for this game. It's a vibe.
Which is why I'm like, that's why I'm factoring in or trying to give some level, like some weight to like subjectivity here versus like, I know if I went back to this time frame and I'm like, here's a fucking RTX 4090, do what you will. They're going to be like, well, all right, let's do this instead.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. People want a remake of this game for a reason.
Because like, I know like
get
you want to make real people. I know that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You didn't hit the mark. Sorry. Like this is a fucking Gen 5 game.
Yeah.
But
For a Gen 5 game, the people do look pretty good for a Gen 5 game. I will say that.
yeah, which is why for its time, max. Give it the max. I'm not gonna fight that.
But also, part of the concept art component, I like when I think of that game, I think of the codec conversations,
Yeah, that's concept
that.
art.
that hand drawn art, and like
Yeah.
Jesus, I need
like
to
that
fucking
man.
style.
say this different. Like basically, how well did you hit your target? How well did you hit your target visuals? I guess.
But like, why? So then, why are you giving this a 2 out of 5?
Because I don't think the PS1 can hit the target visuals based on the way they wanted it. No fucking way.
I disagree.
I agree with the environment. I understand the environments, but I think the characters look,
which factors into it. The whole package.
I think the elements outside of the visuals of the environments are better than even other PS1 games. Like the menus look really good. The Coda conversations, which are a large part of that game, look really cool.
Yeah, a very large part of that game.
Yeah, that's why I'm not fighting for its time at all. Like that's why I want to max that out. But you cannot say the PS1.
I think the Coda conversations would look the same basically on anything. In fact, they look better than the PS2, which used 3D models.
I like the 3D models with PS2, but
I gotta remember.
I don't know if
Snakes codec art.
Snakes is a weird comparison point for this game.
I think this is a very strong. This is either a 4 or 5 for sound design. I remember this game having very good sound.
It does have very good sound.
Very good.
I mean, certainly iconic sounds like the fucking.
Yeah.
Every codec sound, every like the door opening, like all the like confirm, reject in the menus, like all that stuff sounds super good.
I'm pretty sure there's no information loss. I'm pretty sure
Twin Snakes did use codec art. Use the same codec art.
Nice.
Am I Posty? Am I full
Posty Malone?
I don't know who that is. Who's Posty?
Who's Posty?
Am I Posty?
Can I Posty this?
Am I full? Do I need to go back in the hater box?
Don't you fucking put him there. I didn't deserve it.
You weren't hating today.
He wasn't hating.
So you went from Wesker to Posted.
Are you implying that Jim sounds like Post Malone? We will ban you from this fucking chat. I'm not married to the guy, but you will not denigrate by comparing any of my friends to Post Malone.
Oh my God, help me.
Post Mesmeric.
Oh shit.
Right, although I will say, both Post Malone and Jack Harlow have like some anniversary of Pokemon Celebration weird CG music videos. I think Jack Harlow has one. I will take the Post Malone cover of that Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah.
And that's a Dave Matthews. Is that a Dave Matthews Band song? I don't care. I think Metal Gear Solid 1's really good, and I think it deserves to be on this list. I understand your target visuals giving it a 2. I disagree, but I understand what you're coming from.
That's why I'm splitting up the hardware and your feelings. That's why I'm doing it.
I get it.
Hewitt over here is mentioning Ghost Babel, and it's like I'm not even bringing that up. Like I think it's an incredible game, but
it's already crossed the threshold, by the way. So like even without the story and the subjectivity, even though those were zeros, it's already across the threshold. So yeah, it's there. It's fine.
Yeah, subjective fun, snapping a guy's neck, very fun.
Which is kind of like, yeah, I'm really liking how this is working out.
Square, very good for its time, excellent.
But now we need the control to the experiment. What is a game that absolutely does not deserve to be on there, and does this shit work out to keep it off the list?
Sonic. Wait, hold on.
Sonic 06. Let's go. Sonic 06.
Well, no, because that's like a dumpster fire.
It's like a game that's like kind of all right.
That's a better test. That's a better test. Yeah.
But
Noah for the PS1.
Glover.
Metal Gear Solid. Hold on.
How about Mario Party?
How dare you? How dare you bring him into this?
Mario Party.
This is one of those games where I'm just like,
Sonic Adventure is a good answer.
Leave it up to the formula. Just, I don't even want to fucking. I don't want to fucking.
Yeah, Sonic Adventure is a good.
Yeah. Sonic Adventure, a game I have extremely fond memories of as getting a Dreamcast and all that. But like I've played it.
It's a bad game.
Sonic Adventure 1 not that long ago, did the entire Sonic chapter in like a sitting, and it was like, ooh boy.
Yeah. I'm going to rely on you people who played it to actually be like pretty as objective as you can about like its controls and like its other systems and shit in order to get what we need to be.
For Adventure?
For Sonic Adventure?
Yeah, for Sonic Adventure. I'm trying to add fucking Metal Gear to the list. Hold on. I'm just like, can't find box art to it. There we go.
Oh, boy.
That's Sonic.
Nope.
That's VR Missions.
Yeah,
VR Missions does not belong on this list.
Wrong one. Get that out of here.
It's not the right box art. That's not Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, that's
Metal Gear Solid 1.
That's VR Mission. That's a whole separate thing. Get it out.
Oh my god.
I think VR Missions is fine.
It's
fine.
cool, but it's not Metal Gear Solid.
It's not
the game.
Very little of the same.
What about
appeal.
Metal Gear Solid for the Game Boy Color?
Listen,
Ghost Babel?
listen.
cool
I'm
for Game Boy Color
I'm
game.
playing Ghost Babel, not as we speak, but I have been recently playing that game. Game's really
Nice.
cool.
Oh, there it is. There's the
yeah.
box that I remember. I don't
Is it
know
better
why I
than Peace
couldn't find
Walker?
that.
Is it better than Peace Walker? Probably not.
Well then,
No.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
might not be great then. Is there a
Here
boss
we go.
fight where you shoot a helicopter for 40 minutes?
Oh, wait, hold on. It might be better than Peace Walker.
Not getting into the Peace Walker discussion.
Stat has never played a game. Yeah, you're right. Stat has only played 3 games, and they're all Tomb Raider.
Dylan. I spit hot fire.
Stat has played many games, but they're all in the same like 3 franchises.
You're right.
So it was like Resident Evil, 80,
he's played
and,
every Tomb Raider.
And he's played Medieval and Medieval 2.
He has played Medieval and Medieval 2.
He's right.
He's played those games.
But okay,
also
so
have a remake,
which one
which
are
is
we?
about-
Sonic
Are we,
Adventure.
are we talking
let's
about
do
Sonic
it.
Adventure?
So let's do it. Sonic Adventure. Its effect on the culture. What can we
Okay,
say
hold
about
on,
that?
hold on. Ryan, are we talking about Sonic Adventure for the GameCube or DX?
I
Or
only
the
The better version, whatever,
I've
whatever
only
version you
played
need.
DX recently. I personally don't think it's that. So I'm gonna say I'm not talking about Chows. I know Chows can fuck off. I don't
Okay.
give a shit about a Chow.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm mostly familiar with the Dreamcast version. I did recently when I did that stream. I did play the PC version, which is DX. I did not mod it in any way to make it like the Dreamcast version. So I technically played both, but most of my experience and my memories are with the Dreamcast version. Well, can you off the top of your head like give me a crib notes? What's the difference?
I honestly couldn't tell you, and I played the DX version, and I am not entirely sure what all they changed.
When I play, getting into the DX version, people were like, "Oh, this version is not nearly. You need these mods. You got to install these mods to make it like the Dreamcast version." And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna start it up and see how I feel. Couldn't tell you a difference. Like, I think people are a little shinier in that version. Like, it's a little more reflective. But in terms of like the voice acting, the controls, the mission, like all that stuff, is exactly the same. I don't think it's what splitting hairs about. Okay, so effect on gaming culture. I don't think this is a 0.
No,
I don't think it's like nothing.
It's actually kind of high. I think. I feel
It's still
a lot
people
of
still talk about it.
that.
Yeah, like people
It's
still like are on it, but it's like it didn't influence other games, but people still talk about it. Type deal.
We'll talk about it.
I feel like 3D Sonic has, to some degree, tried to chase the dragon on its impact.
That's a very weird dragon to chase.
Unfortunately, that's all they got.
Such a strange dragon to chase. I think that, man, the first time you saw... So now we're kind of almost talking about the effect of the Dreamcast on gaming culture, because this was the flagship release game for that console. The whale. You saw that demo kiosk of the running away from the whale, and it blew your mind. Because the frame rate it was running at, the speed that everything was going, it was just incredible. Or like, what's the skyscraper level where you run down the building?
Yeah,
That set piece, like it's almost like some of the first, it's almost like one of those first examples of like early examples of like big set piece moments in action games that a whole generation later would be defined by. But it is, in terms of playing it, Speed Highway, thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of playing it, it is so much worse. It is so.
Oh god, it's so.
It
bad.
is just controls. I mean, if we're gonna like that is. Oh boy. I mean,
That's,
do you think we can agree that Sonic is the best controlling character in the game?
Yes, but even then, there's like
even
some
then.
weird, like funky crap going on in that.
With him, and then you just go down the list in terms like by the time you're in Big the Cat, you're just like, what the?
You're playing fishing at that point, and
It's a fishing. I don't
even think I had any like. Did I have problem with controls in the fish? No, I think fishing was like fine, but it's a fishing game. I don't want to play a fishing game.
I think the edge was really bad.
I got a 68 based on my personal criteria, but I want to see what the group comes up with.
I think should we split controls to like out of 25%? Is that?
Oh, wait, what are you giving? What are you giving the gaming culture score? Like what is
gaming
like the
culture score? I would give it like.
I gave it like a 7. I give it like a 7. Just because people still talk about it, but like it didn't influence anything.
I think it establishes modern Sonic. I think this is like if we're living this weird universe where classic Sonic and modern Sonic are two different characters for some reason, this is the first game that modern Sonic is in.
So it should get like a 4.
I would get like a 10.
What is that?
I would say a 10
I think that's fair.
A what?
10
for a gaming culture.
So you did.
I think it's 10.
We did like a higher amount. I might need some subcategories to help this one out, but for now, let's leave
for
it.
For me, like its effect on gaming culture, I have this like warm, fuzzy feeling about, even though I know the game is bad, and that's how good the effect on culture is.
No, that's your emotional response. No, like, split these two things up. So like you just get a good vibe from it almost.
I do get a good vibe from this game.
So subjective fun. So it's I think like a lot of people have subjective fun with this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll max that one out.
When you know what you're going into, it's one of those games. If you know what you're up for, like what you're going to get about to get into, again, because those individual chapters are pretty short, you can kind of blow through them in a couple hours.
A point there.
They're fun to play. It's mindless, dumb fun that's occasionally extremely frustrating to just blast through in a sitting.
Yeah,
I think it does that well. I think it's. I don't want to talk about Sonic Adventure 2 right now. I'm not.
Yeah, let's not.
I don't have that in me.
Let's not do that yet.
Let's not do that yet. So controls, do you think like 10 is fair across the board? Like they're pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I think I gave it 15. I think I was being too generous, but you were
being too generous.
Holy shit! Yeah, like
the controls is
like
out of 25.
I'm like a 9. I think. Like going down.
It's bad. They're bad. Like, because I'm thinking about like Sonic, and I'm like, there's some moments where he's kind of zipping around, and then I'm thinking about like Amy, and I'm like, ooh boy. Ooh boy, Amy.
Oh no.
Oh no, Amy. Not Amy.
Not Amy.
I think 9 is 9 is the right answer here.
9?
Like it's not competent. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it is a 3D platformer that is not competent today. It was not competent then. It is like you can play it. It is functional. You can figure it out.
So you're even saying for its time, it was like dude.
Oh god, it's awful.
Shit. Okay.
System utilization. I know what's on screen.
What?
You know it's on screen.
I know what's on the screen.
I know it's on the screen, and it's the blue blur himself, Sonic the Modern Hedgehog. I think. Oh, but remember the fucking levels where you have to fly the plane? Give controls an 8. Give controls an 8.
Go down a little score on gameplay,
8, dude.
On controls.
There's like just like the shittiest Space Harrier clone coming from Sega themselves. Like it's one thing when it's the end of Devil May Cry and you have to do that little section, but when Sega Sonic Team is making messes, oh god. System utilization, I think that this is hard.
I put out all this shit. One level.
Speed Highway.
Speed Highway is cool.
Wave Ocean, whatever it's called.
Cool.
Final Boss. Maybe that's a little frustrating too.
What was it called? Egg Venom? The egg penetrating?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is his name? The egg.
Eggman?
No, like that thing has like it's like the egg violence or something like that. That big weird snake thing that you fight,
Oh,
and you have to like not fall off the platforms.
Oh my
up the
God,
green
okay.
little dingle dangles. Yeah, that fucking
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Hmm.
Damn it.
I want to call him the egg violator, but that's wrong.
The egg violator. Oh no.
Okay. System utilization is kind of hard to describe for this game, right?
Yeah, it's all over the goddamn place.
It's all over the place.
Like Sonic has his own thing, Tails has his own thing, Amy has his own. Like so, you pretty much have to break down like Sonic himself, then the Amy sections, then the fucking whatever sections. Like how well do all those go? Put them all together. What do we get?
I think the pinball simulation you have to do in that like casino section is terrible. I think that's some of the worst video pinball I've ever played. The fact that there's a Nights into Dreams pinball table that is stuck in that pinball physics simulation is a crime.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like, God.
Imagine a world where like pinball arcade where they've taken the time to like get some of that stuff right, like ported that. I mean, it's a simple table, but like the aesthetic is so pleasing. I don't know. Okay. System utilization. I'm trying not to just like throw out a random number, but I'm also, like you said, it's true because it's the different characters.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring up a notepad and start writing Sonic.
That's a good idea, actually.
Like, what if Big the Cat was like a banger, but then the rest were shit. So you have to like
Tails
throw all
is
that
like
in.
an 8. Amy is like a 6. Knuckles. I think Knuckles is actually better than Tails, but not as good as Sonic.
Yeah.
Because the flying is real herky-jerky, but like everything else is fine. Whereas Tails, flying around as Tails kind of feels bad.
Knuckles is like a 9 then.
Knuckles is like a 9. Ed 209. What? Not Ed 209. That's a
Gamma. No.
Gamma.
Gamma.
Gamma is.
Wasn't he like a fucking perfect 25 out of 25?
No, dude. Gamma is like a real. It's like a third-person shooter in a Sonic game where rings count your damage, and so you're just like flailing around for rings, trying to like third-person auto-aim shoot your way through these like corridors.
All I remember with Gamma is I just mash the shoot button.
Yeah.
And then like go through level as fast as possible. Just
Wasn't Gamma's story like really good though?
Gamma's story is really cool.
It is kind of Birdie and Amy's relationship, or the relationship with him and Amy, and Sonic don't hurt him. He's one of the good guys. I feel like for its time for a Sonic game is very impressive. I feel like
Terminator.
What?
Were they ripping off Terminator with that?
Maybe, I don't know. Sonic's got Amy's got a hoop skirt, and none of the characters in Terminator have a hoop skirt.
You got me there.
I do. Big the Cat.
I mean, he walks fine, but then they got a fish.
The thing that's killing me about Big the Cat is that Sega, again, like Space Harrier, like Pinball, Sega has Sega Bass Fishing, which is the best fishing game.
Oh my god, you're right.
And the fishing for Big the Cat is probably maybe not the worst fishing, but it's on par. Like, it's not good fishing.
No.
A good arcadey fishing game, and those teams clearly did not talk to each other. So I feel like Big the Cat is in like 7 out of 25 range for me. Like it's worse than Sonic. It's maybe not as bad as Amy. Okay, here's my list. I'm saying Sonic's a 10, Tails is an 8, Amy's a 6, Knuckles a 9, Gamma 8, and Big the Cat's a 7.
Okay.
That seems fair?
So far, yeah.
So if you average those together...
8?
So if I average these together, 10 plus 8 plus 6 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 divided by 6, you get 8.
Yep, 8. Okay.
Yeah,
8 seem fair for system utilization?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think that's what I said by like I threw out that number.
I think 8's fine.
Damn. That's kind of crazy. Like,
Seems... Have you ever played the Supersonic
Oh, shit.
section of Sonic Adventure?
It's always a horrible, horrible mess, but it looks
never
really
played it.
cool. Oh,
Never
shit.
played it. I've heard rumors about it.
It's cool, but
cool.
also like it's
take your word
the
on
control problem is just
Take your word on it.
So now we're on its presentation. So what do we got?
See what's happening on the screen is the greatest description of this fucking game. Know what's happening on the screen.
How well does
Holy
it
shit.
So do you ever get lost? Does the game at least convey its information
you
well?
always know where to go.
You always know where to
Okay,
go.
so it's
that's-
solid
that's-
on that front.
Even in some of to its credit, even some of the more like like that, like what's the like weird like pyramid
fake
level
mirror?
you're in with Sonic with the weird. I kind of understood what was they got that
Yeah.
across. That was fine. So points to them for that.
Yep.
Sound design.
I know it has really good music,
love
but that's
music
about
in
it.
that game.
I love the music in this.
What about
game.
everything else? Yeah,
It's
like,
so
everyone,
fun. It's so fucking good.
everyone loves
I
Sonic
love all
music.
the sounds.
I love
like how the chaos is like bubbly, like water sound and stuff.
I think it's good.
All right, let's give it that 5. All right. Based on did they hit their visual target? We are
Yes.
talking about Gen 6. Like
He looks like I feel like he really.
He looks like Sonic. It's kind of a crunchy Dreamcast game. Again,
That's
the Dreamcast
all right.
version. It's kind of a crunchy Dreamcast game, but
Hit it that
yeah,
4.
they pretty much. You know what? Actually, I'll say
Okay, hold
there's.
on. Are we giving Sonic Adventure higher marks for visuals than Metal Gear Solid?
Listen,
Yes.
Metal Gear Solid didn't have
they're-
awesome water.
They're
Absolute-
different
oh,
genres,
absolutely.
I guess.
They're different
Absolutely, I'm
genres.
giving it
Speed
better
Highway
marks.
looks. Speed Highway,
Phenomenal.
the whale chase section. There are some like great visuals in this game.
Mm-hmm.
There are some like there are some magazine screenshots that sold me and so many other children on the Dreamcast itself.
I thought that was
Yeah,
like a
Sonic
for its time thing, though. How does that hold up now?
Something bugging you? Pretty
I don't
good.
know.
I like how that wheel looks. So
I think it looks okay. Like the whole like visual design of like what's it called? The egg carrier, like the stage in the sky, and you like see the wind come up and all of that stuff. Like still a cool idea. Like it's like it has like a lot of visual ideas. It just some of it just falls apart. Like it falls apart completely. And that's kind of the tragedy of Sonic Adventure, right? Like that's the tragedy of creating Sonic.
The tragedy of
has-
Sonic Adventure, a
I don't know,
7-hour
That's
video
the
essay.
tragedy of Sonic Adventure. I think
Look, man.
it'd be like a multi-part series.
A multi-part
Tragedies
series.
of Sonic Adventure.
H Bomber Guy presents the tragedy of Sonic Adventure Part 1-5.
Can I do that for like April Fools? Can I just make the tragedy of Sonic Adventure?
A very long April Fool's joke, but
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But some of its parts, so we take all this shit and put it all together. Out of 7, what do we get? What does it come out to be?
sorry.
it's a 7.
Some of its parts.
No.
Oh my god, it's good thing.
No. This game is greater than the sum of its parts.
Yes.
100%. This game, which is
okay.
not a very high sum, I'll give you that. It's not a very. It doesn't add up to very much, but it's more than what it adds up
Did
to.
it get the full 7% compared to every other 3D platforming adventure game?
Yeah, that's true.
No, it doesn't.
No, damn you.
I think it gets
6.
5.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
All right, fine.
Give it 5.
And then
He's-
is story
he's a-
the last thing, or did you already incorporate that in?
Nope, not yet.
Story should be like a 4.
Even if the story was perfect, it ain't making the list. It's 67. So,
Yeah, okay, RJ, while I was away, did you argue subjective fun to be 6 out of 6?
I think that was a stat
yeah,
independent.
that's
that's-
me. So even if you gave it perfect scores here, even if I did that, it's still not close. So it doesn't matter. It's not on the list.
I think we should leave the score right here so it stays at 69. Because
Sonic Adventure gets a 69 out of 100, baby.
actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Give it a 68 out of 100 because I think it deserves to miss it. Like okay, coming back to the effect on gaming culture and like for like the subjective fun, the way that me and RJ are talking about this game conveys like this isn't just like a bad game that we both played. Like there's a weird connection that people who played Sonic Adventure have to Sonic Adventure.
Yeah,
and
that's why it gets a 9.
It's not like Jimmy Johnson's Anything with an Engine game.
No,
it was bad
not.
that I've played with 2 people in this chat.
Yeah,
that we only recall occasionally whenever thinking about the sandwich store.
Like I think about Sonic Adventure a lot.
Yeah, same.
I think about this game a lot.
Holy shit! That's too much.
That's maybe
part of the tragedies. It's part of the
The
tragedies.
tragedy of Sonic
It
Adventure.
really is. It's not just like a crappy 3D platformer. Like there's something. It's got like a chutzpah to it that is just undeniable.
Yeah, that's what Remember Me said.
That's part of the
it was
emotional
his style.
resonance horror, right?
So
Yeah.
I sold my original copy of Sonic Adventure sometime. I at one point sold a bunch of my old games before I sold all of my old games. Sold that game, and later, like I think it was like a summer. It was like during like one of my like college spring breaks. I was in a mall. And it had it had a Hot Toys, which if people don't know what that is, it's like a store that sells like vintage toys, and it has a small section of video games, like old video games. All the video games they have are super overpriced, right? And they had a copy of Sonic Adventure. I've already played Sonic Adventure. I know how bad Sonic Adventure is. The Steam version doesn't exist. They have a copy of Sonic Adventure for $40 with no manual. It is just a disc in a jewel case. I bought Sonic Adventure and brought it home and played through the entire Sonic and Tails chapter that week. And I know it's not a good game. I know it's not a good game.
What the fuck?
But my soul is bound to it in a way.
It's like you did crack when you were 7, and you do it again as an adult, and you're like, oh yeah, but like your teeth are falling out.
Way past cool, huh?
Sonic Adventure plays the way Sunny D tastes.
Oh man.
It's a very nostalgic taste, but oh my god, it is gross.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's proved the rule that the threshold seems to be in a good spot.
Sonic Adventure is not a banger.
Sonic Adventure's not a
Sonic
banger.
Adventure.
Okay.
Please.
And that is the culmination of the Sonic Adventure tragedy. Is that it's not a banger.
I have a suggestion that's technically cross-generation, but I think it is mainly considered Gen 5. And that's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's do that. I'm very curious about that one. So, it's a sports game, so let's keep it on that.
I'm gonna go back here real quickly. I'm gonna say I think this deserves full points and everything because Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 is a perfect video game. But
It's almost
Effects
funny
on the culture is
its
very
effect on
fucking high.
gaming culture. It's not just an effect on gaming culture. It affected like skating culture. It like
that's the original
Tony Hawk
one.
is a celebrity because of the video game, not because he hit the 900 at the X Games. People thought he was sick for doing that because they saw him on TV after playing the video game.
Yeah,
But like that's Tony Hawk 1 though. Like can we really
Tony Hawk 1 is cool, but like Tony Hawk 2 is like where maybe you could say like that's the one, but that like helped. But I think Tony Hawk 2 is really the ramp up into that series being something.
Can I argue the 1 point deduction just on the fact that it's not the first game in its series and it's building off of something else? That's all I want to take. Just one.
Right.
Just 1 point.
Right.
And then gameplay controls.
It's like
the remake of Tony Hawk, which he hasn't played, has so much fucking crap they added to that make that game play so much smoother. And it's so hard to go back to the old games, but it's still a really tight game.
Manual, right?
Yeah, it's a really tight game, but like fuck this, they definitely could have added so much more to that game, which I see in the remakes.
Well, I mean, they did over the course of the rest of the games in that series, and then
it is good, but not the standard. So I'm basically saying it's not a 25, but it's not low.
I wish Ryan was here right now. Throw hands, but
It's good, but not the standard,
like,
even in its own franchise.
Like the manual and allowing those combos to like just basically run the whole time.
Yeah.
It's like
fucking great.
Yeah, I guess like
23.
compared to modern day, like the remake, which had all the features of the series in the old games, sure.
Yep.
Right.
23. Like it's up there, but like I cannot deny
Look,
how
remember
much.
me? Tony Hawk 3 is definitely coming up later. We're on Gen 5 right now.
Okay. System utilization, yeah, like it gave you like the fact that it had a park creator on the fucking PS1 is still wild to me.
It had a park creator on the N64. They somehow shoved
yeah.
that son of a bitch in there.
Like this is some shit that's like, yeah, like they still have not added on more to this like a Tony Hawk game, even in these remakes. It's the same shit.
It's like, and all the levels are like incredible. They're so like just perfectly oriented and tight. They're cool.
Like,
I guess
this is the standard. This is the standard.
Did we give Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 a 14 out of 15 for
Stats argument was that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 is technically the thing that kickstarted the whole skateboard game craze, and so I'm like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, like I just the 1 point, just because that's fair. It's not the first. I can't.
I think it's the one that people like. I love Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, but I do think
two is the one we're all fucking with.
One is great, but 2 is the one we remember. Like 2 is the one we go back to. You think about what does classic Tony Hawk look like in my brain. You think about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
I think about Steve Caballero and his yellow and his orange and his fucking red and black jacket with the fucking skull in the back. That's what I think of.
Which Tony Hawk game is like Superman or the Goldfinger Superman song? Is that 1 or 2?
That's 2.
No, Goldfinger's in 1.
Oh man!
Because if so, that will define.
2 has Power Man 5000 on it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
14 is deserved. You're right.
So 8 is easy. Sound design, easy. Targeted visual, it's that typical Gen 5.
Yeah,
you want you want real people. You can't do it. Sorry, not sorry. Some of its parts. Yep, this is a fucking. That's an experience.
Actually, looks like that.
Also, Tony Hawk 2 has Spider-Man.
For its time. So we've already crossed the threshold.
All right.
Like
certified, stamp it.
There's no need to carry on. Yeah, Tony Hawk 2 is on that list. There's no question about it.
I mean, the only reason to carry on is so I can continue to talk about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
I think we have time for maybe one more game.
Okay, well, let me get it on. Which is the original? Is it the PS1?
PS1 is kind of because the Dreamcast version is technically like the other one that people think about, but I think the PS1 one is like the
Dreamcast version is the one I played personally.
Yeah.
I had a bootleg copy of 2 for the PS1 at some point, but eventually we got a Dreamcast. It looks better and controls worse on the Dreamcast. Is basically what I'd say.
What?
Have you held a Dreamcast controller?
Because the Dreamcast controller is funky. Yeah.
It doesn't have stick drift.
That's true, but
it doesn't have stick drift, but it's still using an analog stick to play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
That's fucking crazy that they literally
coming out
solved
the bottom of the damn controller.
Yes.
Like eliminates like half the Dreamcast game.
But they solved stick drift, and none of us fucking listen to them.
Because it's more expensive.
Magnets, man.
The magnets
No,
are
it's
expensive.
not. The one I just bought is equal to this. No, it's fine. I'm gonna go to the hater box for a second.
Look, I love the Dreamcast, but the controller's not great.
No, it's not great, but they solved stick drift. Like, fuck you guys.
But that cord is on the bottom and not on the top.
They're idiots. They're fucking morons. But like.
I had to buy a watch battery for a key that I used to unlock my your key for your car has like the button you press to unlock it. So I had to buy a replacement battery for it the other day, and it brought back my memories of the VMU, because that thing also had the same watch battery situation, and begging my dad to get a new watch, because you can't just go to a store and buy a watch battery. I had to go to a Home Depot or something to go find one, and just oh god, remember how much of a pain in the ass this was to get the VMU to get the screen to turn on. Because I don't think I've bought a watch. Well, there's probably something in my life where I needed one, but yeah, man.
As an
Innovation came at a
aside,
cost.
there's a new they've made a new VMU that doesn't have to use like the battery, the watch batteries for it. You just charge it up, and I wish I had that back then.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say there is a world of like weird hacked modded like Dreamcast where you can get a Dreamcast with an HDMI out and like an SD card slot to save every Dreamcast game to play and a VMU that doesn't take batteries. If I had infinite money, I would totally want to get all that stuff because that stuff seems super cool. But alas, I'll deal with emulation, which is also just fine.
What was your last game you wanted to pitch?
I'm kind of leaving it open to the field because I could probably pull out a decent chunk, but
let's see. What's
that do?
Gen 7's looking a little bit lonely. How about?
No, I figured we were if we can do other gens, like
absolutely.
I thought we were sticking to 5 for now. But.
No, like I put all 3 of them here for just because we all know.
Bring out Gen 7.
What about? What's another good Gen 7 one that people don't?
I have a very contentious suggestion that might make this conversation too long.
Sure. Oh.
What about Wii Sports?
Yo, let's go. Okay. So Wii Sports. So effect on the culture is definitely high because holy shit.
It's a 50.
That's max.
It's
that's maxed out.
I played that with like my grandma. Like
very high.
Like that's like that like transcends like human culture.
Yeah.
Even like
they're Ethiopian children who
human culture.
It transcends Ethiopian culture. It puts us all together.
What the fuck was that? aliens will find Wii Sports and pick it up and be like, I think this bowling's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna leave story at 0 because I mean this is one of those things where like it's a sports game. Who fucking cares about the story?
It didn't get a story until Wii Sports was up. You have to go to Woohoo Island.
The first sports game with a story was Tony Hawk's Underground.
Yeah.
I know what the story was.
Wait, did you give it a 6 or a 0?
No, but yeah, because like it should not detract.
It shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't detract from it because it's not a story-based game. So just give it the 6.
So
I guess if it's like borderline, we can then discuss that.
Yeah, but like anyway, controls. Yeah, that's fucking solid.
So do we agree that shit
works? That's the standard.
The Wii Sports controls are good, or are we gonna say boxing's a little funky?
I think boxing is funky because the second controller should have been Motion Control Plus.
He is right. I'm gonna dock a couple points on that one.
What all was in Wii Sports? Like golfing,
system utilization.
Was pretty.
Baseball.
Ooh, baseball.
What are they?
Baseball was a little like I remember baseball being like.
No, it wasn't.
Pitching is weird.
What are you people doing? You just
pitching was
moved
weird.
the Wiimote.
Like it didn't like you just moved your arm real fast. And like that was the optimal way to pitch.
You know what? I'll even give him that. Like there's some ways to cheese it. I'll talk another point for that one.
It's a little cheesy. Yeah, he can cheese it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
System utilization. Literally, if we're talking about the system, the Wii, and utilization, using the controller, 100%. Like
that is.
Oh, this thing is 100% making the banger list.
Oh my god, yeah, okay, but there's no way. There's no way.
I'm glad this is making. I feel like it's been long enough since this game came out that we need to have this conversation about Wii Sports and how important it is.
Some of its parts, that's what sound design. Even
music's fun.
It's got some cool music.
Serviceable, but we've already crossed the threshold here. Like,
I want to see how it gets.
You know what? You're right. Let's do it. Convey information. It's fucking sports.
Yeah, it's like
It's literally.
It's one of the most intuitive games ever made.
This is one of this is a 6 in subjective fun if I've ever seen it.
And babies can play this game.
It has 101%. What the fuck just happened here?
You probably fudged a number.
I did. Hold on.
Oh, you get sound design of 3 of a possible 5.
Wait, where? Oh wait, that's right. How did I fuck this up?
Oh yeah, how come presentation's at 29 out of 25? 8,
wait,
5,
yeah,
5,
what the hell? 7, 5, 3, 8.
It
What
should
the
be
hell?
23.
You
Why
didn't
that?
manually change that, did you? No. Huh?
I think it's adding its own block. It should only be adding 4. Let's do this.
What's its formula?
It's supposed to be 23.
Yeah, let's hold on. Let's do.
You know what? Its
equals-
score is #value.
Hashtag value.
Nothing has more hashtag value than Wii Sports.
I mean, it came with
16,
the Wii.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, it should be 23. What the fuck? What's going on here? 10, 11, 12, 13. So this needs to be 10, 11, 12, and 13. Got
That's
it.
what we get for letting Stat, the mathematician, handle all the numbers here. I really hope Tony Hawk 2 actually made it. Anyway,
I think it did.
You didn't
I think
tell
it-
me that Sonic Adventure could have been on the list. We gotta go back.
No, this is right. This is right. And let's see. 16,
yeah, okay.
17, and 18. Yep. So that
Yeah.
was the only flub. It's fine.
It's so weird because it's like I don't picture Wii Sports as like
A banker.
No.
a
Are
fucking
you kidding? That's a
all-in
banger.
ass thing, but like no, like thinking
It is.
about it again, it's like, oh yeah, no, I would like play Wii Sports right now.
Yeah.
Yo,
And
like
I'll
Switch
think
Sports.
about-
Are y'all down? Do y'all have Switch Sports? Because once
I don't.
golf comes out, I'm
I
doing
don't
it.
have Switch Sports because I was like, I've already played Wii Sports.
Does it work well?
Yes.
Does it like work? Okay.
Yes.
Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's probably like a really like lesser version of Wii because it's not really. It's the Joy-Con, right?
The bowling is
Yeah.
fire. Bowling is
fire.
absolute
I would buy it
fucking
just for bowling.
yeah, dude. Like the bowling is fire.
The two masterpieces of the Gen 7, Dark Souls and Wii Sports.
Dark Souls, Wii Sports.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this is an excellent. Like so far, I know we're gonna
Yeah.
have more to go. This is an excellent list of games.
I think the one thing is that I really hope we get some stuff on here that isn't like stuff you would get on like a GameRant.com top 10 games from
Yeah.
Gen 5.
Well, I mean,
Absolutely.
we have the Atari Jaguar. We're gonna have to play that at some point.
We're gonna have to play editor. Yes, Jim, Vanquish will get on this list.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
tons
there
of
we
shit. Like I was just looking at I was like, oh, I mean, there's still shit like
Binary domain.
Is Binary
Hold on.
Domain a banger?
Crystal Shutter.
There-
Like,
there's-
we got
Oh,
a bunch
shit.
of conversations to have. It's just
I
I'm glad-
know.
I
Wait,
wish
what,
we like.
when are we
it's
picking
almost
this
a
back
shame
up?
that
Let's
we-
do it.
I don't know what the Seaman life carries us back. Not next. It won't be next weekend.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely. Yeah. Hold
So,
on. I'm adding this one on because I'm not even gonna put it on the list. It just is on the list.
I
Melee,
know, I
Melee,
think,
Melee
I think,
2.
I think they all have to have discussions. I'm sorry. It almost certainly will be, but
Yeah.
It will
I think just-
100% be on the
I think
list.
just,
and
I think just shoving stuff onto the list. It's like,
we can't
oh,
do
here's
that.
Pokemon Puzzle League. Here we go.
We gotta.
Hey, that game should be on the list. Goddammit.
Pokemon Puzzle League is pretty good though. Although I don't like it as much as Tetris Attack.
Attack is better, but
I mean, Hatris is where.
Okay,
you
what
can't actually
is
just shove Melee
Hatris?
on- It's a garbage puzzle game.
Yeah, they just like stole the Tetris name for hats, and
And it's
no-
like you get it's like 3 hats on top of it's like 3 of the same hat on the same head or something clears a line. What are the rules of Hatris? I've seen I know
I don't know.
you can't just shove Melee onto this list without us going through the numbers.
No, I think actually you can't do that.
100% I can. Like, are you kidding? You really want to do it? Because I will.
I think it will be a short
I think it
conversation
will
of
be a
us
short
mostly
conversation.
agreeing, but I feel like it's against the spirit.
I feel like if we've gone through all of the we've spent like 2 hours going through
Gaming
this grading
culture,
rubric.
this shit is still played today live, competitively, has not died. It
Yeah,
is
so it's like an
sustained the
11.
test of time. This thing, what else is in this
It's
sector?
actually not at Evo anymore, so it's not a 15.
Platform
Dude, I don't
fighter.
want to have the Evo conversation.
I
right
will do
now.
a 14 just because it's not the first of its platform fighting game. Same deal. It's not the first one, but it's like the really influential one.
Controls, like a- I don't know,
fucking
like a-
sharp dream.
11.
System minimization. Other games have shown that there is a story mode.
And
There's,
target attack's not that fun.
I would probably do 18. Like,
Adventure
I
mode's
wouldn't-
pretty good.
Information conveyed, yeah, not very hard. Sound design, pretty damn top tier.
It is really cool when you hit a guy with the bat.
targeted is this is like that first game where you're like, holy shit, Mario has like fucking tears in his overalls, and this is how
it's
they
good.
drew.
It's good looking for you. It's a good looking game
when you
for-
shock
it's
somebody
fine.
and then pause the game and you can like pan the camera around and see their bones.
Some of it's part like even on these two parts alone, it's already over the threshold. I'm not like going over it.
All right.
What were we discussing? Smash Bros. Melee?
Melee?
Yeah, it's on the list.
It's on
Yeah,
my-
that's like
Talking about
that's.
it?
I just feel like we should have had a discussion. I guess.
I feel like because we spent so much time doing the grading system.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
No, like,
Yeah.
but that's important, like because it helps you like to break down the game as you're talking about it, as opposed to like, oh shit, well, we need to think about this, we need to think about that, and the more things we think about, like this isn't permanent. Like if there's more shit we think about, I'm definitely gonna add it on here as like a way to break it down.
It's not permanent. That means we're gonna have to have the conversation again.
Well,
At the same grading scale. Like what other
Yes.
thing? Like
Just
what does the
completely
cartridge
forget it.
taste? What does the cartridge taste like?
Ooh, that eliminates the Switch.
Only the Switch.
Only the Switch has a
Only the
problem
Switch
there.
wins that. Yeah,
Oh,
or loses that. I should say.
it's a bad mouthfeel on the Switch cartridges.
It just tastes sour. I don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
Dreamcast GD-ROM, how that fits in the mouth. Probably will.
what?
Well, you know, I bet the GameCube little mini CDs, those are pop right in there.
Those are delicious.
Oh yeah, they're like little mini donuts.
Breaking
Yeah,
down.
there you go.
I can tell we're Americans. We're having a conversation about eating plastic.
Eating CDs of all things.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh my god, we're just eating discs.
We'll try to come. Well, you know, if the list has to change, we have to come up with new categories to grade things on.
I think if we're changing the numbers, then we should make sound design a 90% limit, and Buck Bumble is on this list.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere.
We're getting
All
out
right.
there.
I think it's a 3 out of 4 agreement. So just let that bitch on there. There you go. Now I think we should change it back to sound design is 5%.
I think if we actually put Buck Bumble through this list and it made it onto the list, that says something that the grading doesn't work super good because Buck Bumble is not a banger. However, I would totally have a separate conversation of some other weird criteria of bangers where Buck Bumble totally makes it onto that
I have
list.
to look up this game. What is it? How do I spell
Buck
the? Is it
Bumble.
64.
Buck?
Buck
Yeah.
Bumble.
Buck Bumble.
It's alliteration.
It's not a 3D platformer because you fly and you're a bee with a gun. It doesn't
What the
control
hell?
very well. It's very simplistic. It's like weirdly difficult, but
that music,
main
though.
music
It's-
is so
yeah.
good.
The theme is iconic.
It's so
The
fantastic.
theme is iconic. What?
Yes. Not even kidding.
It's
All right,
great.
that's how you end. This is how you end out the stream. You
That's
play
how
the
we-
Yeah, end the stream with that.
And then
Stream with
cut.
Buck
Buck Bumble theme with lyrics. Let's go.
Gotta,
All rise for the national anthem of
All right.
video games.
I think you
Nintendo
have
64.
probably. It's like not
Oh, shit.
the audio's not coming through.
Yeah, the audio's
So-
not coming through for me either.
Also,
Hold on.
yeah, like I assume it starts when the video starts. All right, gaming's national anthem.
All rise for Buck Bumble. Pay your respects to Buck Bumble.
Why can't I hear anything? Oh wait, I know why. It's not playing through my headphones. Dodoy.
Ah.
There it is.
Take 2.
Take 2.
And my hat's
Fair
off. It's over my heart.
Finally, this
and-
podcast was worth something.
The jets are beginning to fly over.
We got somewhere.
What is this Jamaican bullshit?
It's still not coming through.
We can't hear it.
Oh, wait, is it playing on the YouTube?
Yeah, it's playing on the YouTube stream.
Oh, okay.
I can just imagine. Trust me, I know the whole thing by heart.
What the fuck is this? What is this Buck Bumble shit? I don't understand.
You should play. There's a multiplayer mode where you play like it's like pre-Rocket League, where you and another bee like have to like get the ball into each other. Yeah, it's actually kind of ass, but like
That's really the dark truth The tragedy of Buck Bumble
The tragedy of Buck Bumble
is that once you hit start, Buck Bumble goes from a 10 out of 10 to like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah. It's
no.
actually okay. I will say Buck Bumble is not like for a Nintendo 64 game. It's not that bad. It's just painfully average. Like it's just so uninspired. It's just so whatever. And the controls are not great. Like it's finicky in the way that games of that era kind of can be. And like that's the only good song in it. Once you get into the actual levels, it's pretty much generic platformer music throughout. But damn,
it's much like Donkey Kong 64, where once you get past the title theme, you're pretty much just wasting.
I feel like Donkey Kong 64 at least has like good music afterwards. Grant Kirkhope.
I was just slinging shit. I wouldn't actually.
Okay. Get on the hater box.
60 seconds.
I think that probably should call it.
Yeah. Alrighty, so this was a good first part. Got the grading scale kind of set up. Got some games on the list.
I am very glad we're past the grading scale part.
Hey, that's an important part. That's the most important part, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where are we about the best? No, we're not talking about Sonic CD. That's another day.
Sonic.
It says 06, my guy.
06.
So they're gonna probably
you had some wishful reading there.
they're gonna hop off. I think I'm gonna probably try Sonic Adventure for the first time because they have amped it up for me. So
I believe if there's any 3D action game you should be playing, it's Buck Bumble.
Actually, yes.
It's actually Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, the best 3D action game.
Holy shit, that's kind of wild, dude.
Tony Hawk an action game? All right. Well,
it's like a puzzle game, really.
But honestly, like appreciate y'all coming on for this. This is
this was fun. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll come back to it. Save the list and don't lose the spreadsheet, please.
I am not. The spreadsheet is saved. We're good. We're clear.
Please don't lose 6 months of work.
Oh my god! Fucking.
All right.
Alrighty.
Everybody have a good one. Goodbye, chat.
Bye.
Adios, Europe.
All right, they're all heading off. I'm gonna pop on over to the open stream, and why? It's really not a stream on here unless it just turns into something else completely. So why not turn it into Sonic Adventure, which is exactly what's gonna happen. I just have to fix my chat. Hide the names, absolutely. Really productive day. Oh shit. Anyway, really productive day. But I want to give this whole Sonic Adventure thing a whirl now that everyone's been hyping it up. So I'll do it. I will happily do it. This is gonna fuck my ears, isn't it? Let's just turn Dolphin down to like 30% because I assume it's gonna start blasting like guitar music. Yeah, it is. It was. Oh, the first song is so good though. It really is. Huh? I think I'm gonna watch this. I don't think I've ever just like sat through this. Play it, baby. Play it. thing fucking screams 2000s. Let's go. That's still too loud. Can we simmer down, please? It's like a fucking second, Sonic.
Select a memory.
Why don't you tell me what to do? You're not my supervisor.
Select a file.
Alright, this game is a vibe. Everyone thinks about Sonic Adventure. Let's fucking do it. Okay.
Select a character.
Yeah, sure. Oh dear. You can't be hyping up for Sonic. Well, I really don't know what this is going to be. Well, let's do it. Oh my god, you're made of blocks. Did I give this thing a high score in visuals? Because holy shit. This is awful. I just remember like the Sonic model looking pretty decent, but oh my god. I have no idea what's happening. But I want to hear the story. Let's listen.
Lock on target, men! Ready? Fire! Oh no! Our weapons are useless! Retreat! All personnel, fall back!
Oh yeah! This could be fun!
Why am I here? What in God's name is happening? Move, you idiot! God! Alright, looks like I got the jump. Do I have homing attack? Yes, I do. Oh, dude, you're fucked. I'm gonna keep doing that. Is this a speedrun strat? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I mean, I played Sonic 64
Hey,
Mario.
I'll some
Oh,
other time.
okay, he's dead. I guess he's dead. Somehow. I won. Good lord. What is this?
Come on, you big drip. Where you going?
Yo, drift is a fashion statement this time, Sonic. Like, his model isn't super bad. It's just everything around him. That's it?
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
Thanks. Oh dear. Oh dear. Somebody wants to race for this. So if I race for the game, do I have to beat all of Sonic, or do I just beat, like, Sonic? What in the fuck?
What?
I need alcohol for this. Christ on the stick.
Watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah! Tails! Now, what am I gonna do with you?
Carlos! But that's in the game. What the? Holy shit. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, wee! Oh, let's see this. Oh my god. Oh. I looked like so decent, and you're just like a block. The kid. Let me look. Hold on. Please. Let me look. Oh, I'm gonna love this. I'm on board. That's it. Just say less. Emerald Coast. Alright, Emerald Coast. Let's see how much of Sonic applies to fucking Sonic. So far, so good, I guess. Oh, fuck off. Okay, he didn't do it after a spring, so you gotta be careful of that. No! You fucking bitch! Wait, what? What? Well, hold on, what does it say? What stacks Sonic original character be? Fuck off. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I'm so used to just like every time I see a spring pad, I just want to hit the homing attack button. But that's not the case. What just happened? God damn, like the music is too good for this game. It really is. Where am I? Okay, I'm underwater. Literally, all Sonic music is fucking way too good. Oh no, you hit that checkpoint, you bitch. What is this? Throw it away. Oh no. Why does he think about this all the time? Fuck this! God, I got such a high endorsement. I'm just seeing broken 3D Sonic right now. Holy shit. Can I do the whole... He moves so close to like the Mario 64 one that I'm trying to do like the fucking ground pound thing with the ball, but I can't. So I'll just do this instead.
Jump on panel number 1. It will take you to panels 2 and 3. Jump
Monkey?
as soon as you land on a panel or else you'll fall.
Where am I supposed to go? Fuck it.
Jump on panel number 1. It will take you to panels 2 and 3. Jump as soon as you land on a panel or else you'll fall.
Oh, it literally told me. I was just being too drunk. That's my fault. That's my fault. Ah, no!
Yeah.
No!
Yes.
Nope. 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 Aren't you supposed to be at work?
I don't work till damn 9 o'clock.
Jump on panel number 1.
Oh, so you got off work, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm off work now. I was gonna play Dishonored for a little bit.
Well, that's it, folks. I gotta do an impromptu race war. So, Sonic Adventure is fucking weird, I suppose. Alright, night!
Having fun yet?